When my marriage ended, I was distraught. I sought counseling to help with the grieving process, and it was tumultuous. During the intake meeting of that initial counseling session, I described the nature of my relationship, and the therapist said it was an illusion. Wow, the reality, right? That I've been involved in a 20-year relationship, 12 years married, and it was barely real. Not only was it barely real, following the meeting, she sent along some resources, one of which was the power and control wheel. Yikes. Here I am, a six-figure earner with a master's in social work, where I am trained in cognitive behavioral therapy. And I was a counselor for survivors and perpetrators of domestic violence. And I had been given the power and control wheel. It was humbling, to say the least. We have been living a perfect lie. As I reflect, my ex-husband had never been at ease. Small aggressive behaviors over the years, from knocking food out of my hands for seemingly no reason at all, and definitely not due to a reaction to something I'd done to him. He did this in front of my friend. I now know and recognize that he only was attempting to embarrass me and assert himself as the one in power in front of my people. I recall him flipping over an entire table when a family game night did not result in him winning. In my mind at the time, though, these incidents that were more verbose were far and few in between, so I categorized it as no big deal. We all get mad sometimes. Not too long ago, the cycle continued. When his anger grew, he throws insults, one after another. But this time it was different. While the words stung, they didn't sting as hard as they used to. There was an awakening happening within me. I was seeing what had been going on and the true reality of my relationship. I was having the same feelings and reflections I had before around an annual blow up, is what I called it. But there was something different this time. I realized I'd grown to know what would come next. I could predict his next move and behavior, what he would say next, how long the silent treatment would last. And as predicted, when I challenged his logic with my truth, he decided that we shouldn't talk anymore tonight. And then, of course, I was met with the silent treatment. This time, the silent treatment lasted longer. After the first night, same night that we had the argument, I chose to greet him as I normally would. And this was a pattern in the relationship where he would get angry and I would attempt to fix it. And I would attempt to be the people pleaser. And I came to greet him with a kiss in the morning upon awakening, kind of brushing it under the rug, sweeping it under the rug, just trying to make up and ignore the issues that were there. However, I was met with a turn of the head for my lips only to meet his cheek. This is called emotional abuse, withdrawing affection. On day 3 of the silent treatment, I didn't try to give any affection. So for about 5 to 7 days, we only greeted each other with a cordial good morning and good night. And again, as predicted, when he was ready, he abruptly decided that it was time to talk. And just as it had happened twice before, at least, he said that divorce would be the only option and that we needed to focus on being the best co-parents we could be. Once again, I agreed. But this time I was way less emotional. I was already done the year before and was really just trying to give more grace and another second chance. But this time I was done for sure. I had finally decided that I had enough. The year prior, when I thought I was really done, I was so exhausted. I had already named my pain more than once, sharing with him that I felt like this was emotional abuse, but had also held on to hope that that time would be different. The last night of our argument, before we decided to officially split ways, time had stood still. and I heard a whisper from God. He can't go where I'm taking you. My therapist called that trauma. I called it what Sarah Jakes Roberts does, which was a word from God. Then a few days later, all at once, memories of subtle comments made to me well before that argument played in my mind like a highlight reel. And those memories demonstrated a high level of disrespect, jealousy, resentment, bitterness, all of which I was oblivious to or was blatantly attempting to ignore to keep the lie alive. Others in my family and friend circle would hint a little bit at things not being normal with us and or his treatment being questionable, all of which I ignored because I still hadn't completely accepted the reality of my situation. I was devastated to come to the conclusion that I am indeed a survivor of domestic violence. The silent treatment isn't the only way an emotional and verbal abuser attacks their victim. They are manipulative and many times very subtle. And I liken it to the research I've done on microaggressions, which are subtle forms of racism and subtle forms of other oppressive behavior from privileged groups. And typically they come in as compliments. For instance, you speak so well, you're so articulate. I've gotten that said a lot to me, but mostly from white people who tend to not share that same compliment with other people that look like them. So the underlying assumption is that you had some stereotypes about how I show up into spaces that maybe I'm not supposed to be articulate. Maybe I'm not supposed to speak well because I'm a Black woman. And so these same tactics are used with emotional and verbal abusers, and they are really subtle. My abuser said things like, "How does it feel to know nobody likes you?" But just really in a playful way. It wasn't in an angry tone, but those type of words, language, and statements and phrases over time can really erode at someone's self-esteem, their self-confidence, especially when it comes from someone you love. He also said things like, "I almost forgot you had a PhD." Okay. So really random, not even in an argument, nothing else would be going on. And those are some of the statements and phrases that he would casually throw around. But it gets worse. When pregnant with our second child, I unknowingly had gallstones. So while I was 8 months along, I'm constantly vomiting after eating dairy. And I really wasn't associating it with what I was eating at the time. I just knew I was sick more than usual. And at 8 months, you figure that the vomiting would stop, right? That's usually earlier on in pregnancy. And one time I was, on my knees in front of the toilet, upset and frustrated. So I started crying because I'm emotional, I'm pregnant, I'm upset that this is still a thing that's happening during this pregnancy this time. And while I'm on bended knees over the toilet, he walks by, glares at me and said, "Are you crying?" And made a face at me as if it was super ridiculous of me to have any emotion related to my situation at the time. He typically said more direct things during a blow up, and every time in between was more of those subtle things that came all year long. That's once or twice a year he would go on a tirade to share his disdain for me and how that this relationship just wasn't working for him, that we should co-parent, etc. During those initial times, I would often be distraught and shed tears and be really confused about what was happening. And more than once during those times, he said, "I don't care about your tears." Once I had an accident while hanging out with friends. I was cut near an artery and needed multiple stitches. One of the friends called him to ask if he wanted to meet us at the hospital and come be with me. She offered to care for our children in his absence. And he responds, "No, I'm good." So just a total lack of care and concern relative to your partner, your significant other. He often had me questioning the reality of my own experiences because he would choose to change the narrative and tell me I wasn't seeing or hearing what I saw and heard, attempting really to cause an over-reliance on his judgment getting me over time to trust him over myself. I noticed far later in our marriage that his opinion counted to me more than my own. For instance, when it came to something as simple as clothing, I had been groomed by him to question my choices due to his constant criticism of my clothing, my speech, my chosen profession. When I ran for political office, which I won twice, he said, "You think they're going to let you win over a white man?" They did. Or my hard work got me there. He would often gaslight me by baiting me into arguments about societal issues that I was most passionate about. And, to try to argue how wrong I was about it. He'd say, "You just a girl from 39th that used to have rumors about her, right?" Just to knock me down a couple of pegs or to try. Another time he told me not to get him anything for Christmas. When I did so anyway, he demanded that I showed him where I hid it, and then he returned the item. The aggression from him increased after the separation because, mind you, he had asked for a divorce at least twice before, to which I did not grant. We would just sweep it under the rug and go through this cycle, make up without really tackling the issues that were present, and move on. This was the one time that I decided, again, I had had enough. And so the aggression increased because I chose to do something different and he wasn't used to that. When I set a boundary with our children in my new home, the verbal abuse ended up being even easier to pinpoint. These instances of withdrawing affection and withholding empathy, so on and so forth, were much more subtle. But there were other times when I was delivering our third child. Instead of being in the laboring tub with me, I did a water birth with her. Instead of holding my hand or even giving me words of encouragement as I labored with no medication, he sat in the corner of the room on his cell phone the entire time. Instead of greeting me at the end of a theater performance where I shared the upbringing of my life and my story in my neighborhood on the south side of Chicago, he left after my set and placed a bouquet of flowers on the seat of the car for me to find later. Did not choose to stay and greet me after. When I was planning the celebration of my PhD completion, because I'm the first in my family in a lot of things, and that was important for me to celebrate, he became angry that I had planned the party, told me that I was selfish, and asked when I had ever thought of anyone else but myself. As I recall then, I begged him to attend the party and the graduation ceremony because he told me that he'd been here for the entire step of the journey, so why did he need to come? A friend recently asked what was the worst thing he had ever done. And it took me a while to think of something because for me, it was a culmination of all of these things I've shared with you today, where I felt such a high level of betrayal. As I thought more, the worst thing had to be our disagreement over my last pregnancy. Y'all, I've been pregnant 7 times, a little fertile, just a little bit. So I've been pregnant 7 times, 3 beautiful, talented, intelligent, and strong-willed living children, 2 miscarriages, 1 ectopic pregnancy, and 1 abortion. Now, it's important to note that before the last 2 pregnancies, which resulted in the ectopic and the abortion, my tubes were tied. So when the last pregnancy happened, it certainly was a surprise. And of course, as many women do, I felt torn, right? And had moved with plans without much thought of having the child. Even though deep down, I felt done with having kids and wanted to focus on raising the 3 that we had. I wanted to focus on my career, my consulting, my speaking, right? Having 2 pregnancies after getting your tubes tied, though, makes you think a little bit harder to consider actually having the baby. So I wanted to take my time to figure out what I really wanted to do and not make a rash decision. My abuser, however, was adamant about having an abortion. He lectured me, once again calling me selfish for even considering keeping the child. He gave me the silent treatment again and berated me, and I mean berated me about the decision if I chose to keep it. Of course, this enhanced my stress, especially when he threatened divorce again. Everything was always my fault. He projected his insecurities and reality onto me. He never physically hit me, but I experienced multiple incidents of trauma and was diagnosed with anxiety and PTSD as a direct result of my relationship. Would you have thought that about me after reading my bio or just by looking at my headshot? Maybe not. But the fact of the matter is that domestic violence is broad and touches many people, regardless of socioeconomic status or educational attainment. When we think of people involved in intimate partner violence, we often think of women who come from lower socioeconomic status. And we also tend to think of folks we don't know, right? That these issues are not close to home. When in fact, statistics show that 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, interpartner contact, sexual violence, stalking, so on and so forth. For emotional abuse specifically, prevalence rates were high as well, averaging around 80%. 40% of women and 32% of men reported expressive regression. 41% of women and 43% of men reported coercive control in their relationships. I married young. I was 24 and a little bit still wet behind the ears, had not experienced life in the way that I've now experienced life. I had childhood trauma that resulted in me being a people pleaser and wanting to not disrupt, wanting to make sure everyone is happy. And that resulted in my choice to remain in this relationship for so long. We were high school sweethearts. And so from 17 years old to 37, all I knew was this person. And I had been working since I was 12 years old and adopted this notion that I had to be everything to everyone. And that resulted in this superwoman persona, which many Black women adopt. And this mentality played a huge role in my marriage. I was choosing to put myself last, right? It has been expected of us, specifically as Black women since slavery, to be strong, which is often to our detriment. And it's taught us to ignore, disrespect, and take the abuse because we can handle it. We got it. Due to the stigma of domestic violence, I was almost silent about the reality of my marriage. However, I always wear my stories on my sleeve, and I feel that it is my duty and responsibility as a woman in the sisterhoods that I share to speak my truth, and that I want to use my story to help other women. We wrote a book, Grief and Gratitude. I decided to share my story in that book, but I made it an anthology so that other women could share their stories so that we can see ourselves in each other. Because my story is not just for me, it's for all of you. We tend to ignore issues of domestic violence and problems because culturally and societally, especially in the Black household, what happens in this house stays in this house. That's toxic as hell. What we're not going to do is ignore abuse and trauma. And if someone is doing and saying things to you that are inappropriate and not okay, you can choose to have a voice and speak up. You can choose to ask for help. When we talk about racism, homophobia, the LGBTQI plus community, ableism, when we talk about ageism, when we talk about anything that's oppressive, we choose to say, speak up, use your voice. Social justice is necessary, right? We ask people to be allies in the fight. And I'm asking today for you to be an ally for yourself, to remember that you are enough, that you don't have to settle for less. And oftentimes women, especially Black women, we've earned what we've earned. We've worked hard for what we have, and we still remain humble in so many ways. Humble and settling are not the same. So I decided to choose Tanisha for the first time in 20 years. Choosing me also meant that I was saving not only myself, but I was saving my children, that I'm breaking generational curses in a different kind of way. And I'm going to say to you today that I will start over as many times as I need to start over in order to make sure that I have the life that I want and the life that God has ordained for me. And so as you look at your life and as you step into your truths, remember that you've always been enough. Remember that grace being given should be deserved, right? The people that earn grace are the people that deserve the grace. And that you get to choose to say no. You get to choose to walk away from things that are not serving you. That you get to choose to take care of you and not pour from an empty cup. My life has only increased in blessings since I chose to listen to the word of God and step back into his domain and space for who he's called me to be in life. I'm so happy I got to share my story with you today. Feel free to learn more about me, reach out to me on social media and any other platforms. You are enough. God bless.
Yeah, drop those hearts. A legend is in the building. Dr. King, baby, do you see the comments?
Maybe I saw a few of them.
You gonna have to read and digest this, ma'am. You affirmed all of us, all of the things we experienced, but we have been, gaslighted for years and years and years around. The way you broke it down with so much authority. Thank you so much for being here with us, sis. I already know it's going to be a lot of questions around this because I, for one, have never, ever, ever experienced somebody break down my experience before the hit. Because I left the first time he hit me, but I put up with a whole lot of other stuff for a whole decade before I even knew it was time to run.
Mhm.
I never saw myself the way I've seen myself in what you explained. I didn't know I was as much of a victim as I was. So, from me first,
Survivor.
thank you. So, thank you, sis. You different. You a legend. Okay, I'm gonna get to these questions, Dr. King, so they get to ask all the things in the next 8 minutes. So, first one, Dr. King, is coming from Raven Walker, our Blaze production
Mhm.
assistant in the booth with us today. She asks, "How do you handle co-parenting with your abuser?" Woo, that's good,
Let me breathe first and sip another swag of water.
girl.
As I still navigate and learn, I have three children, 15, 13, and 11. And I had to come to the conclusion that parallel parenting was going to be best for us because the gaslighting, the toxicity would not cease. And I had to choose to limit access to my children in a very particular way because if you have those characteristics, you're still choosing to attempt to abuse emotionally and verbally my children as well. Right? You no longer have me as the proverbial punching bag. And so now you use them as an excuse to either get to me or to harm them. And so I've chosen very limited contact co parenting. I communicate via text and email, period. Because once I get on the phone with this person, it's a whole different story. It's more gaslighting, it's deflection, it's projecting. It's like I'm not doing that no more because I'm already free. I've already chosen me. So you still don't get my time and energy just because we got some kids. Can I get an amen? So I
Yeah.
still choose me. They still get to see their father because I believe that having contact with their father is important. As a person that did not grow up with her dad, did not ever meet her father, it's very critical to me that they have that relationship. And they are all in counseling right now because they deserve to unpack and understand the trauma that they experienced, right, before they become adults and also carry on the curses of their parents, right? So I do the work. I limit the contact with him as best I can, and I'm protecting them through conversations and honesty with them as well as their counseling.
So good. Thank you so much, Dr. King. I hope you see all the hearts floating in the wilds because that was deep. The next question is coming from Chrissy King, and she asks, "What are the key traits evident in narcissistic men? Do these traits differentiate based on age?"
Child. So I don't think so in terms of the age. I went into a rabbit hole, y'all, right? So after you actually get a name of what you're experiencing and actually like and actually accept what you're going through, you go into a rabbit hole. And I'm a researcher already, right? So I'm digging deep, I'm Googling, I'm reading books, and I didn't notice any difference in age, but the characteristics are very much the same, right? So it's rooted in childhood trauma and it's rooted in fight mode, right? You have fight, flight, fawn, freeze, people please, right? So it's all in the same square of trauma. I just ended up on people pleasing and he ended up on fight based on childhood trauma and abuse experience. Doesn't make it okay or justify any abuse you project onto other people. But the narcissistic traits were very much shifting the blame, the gaslighting tactics, kind of creating their own reality, manipulation. So there was a lot of tears from time to time about things because I'm still a social worker at heart and I'm empathetic, right? So narcissists tend to feed off of the energy of like extremely excellent people and good hearted and well meaning intentioned people. And so they choose us for that reason because they are attempting to emulate what they don't have. They lack empathy. They don't have an understanding of what love is. And what's so crazy, y'all, is when I went to a therapy session with him not too far into our marriage, and I noticed this behavior decades ago, right? We were together for 2 decades. The counselor and therapist at the time said, he doesn't know what love is, so he's not going to be able to give it. And I still didn't hear it at the time. So narcissists tend to not know love. They don't know what empathy is. They gaslight, they project insecurities, and they're often telling you their truths by the way that they're insulting you. So the names that they call you, the way that they're telling you you're selfish, the way that they're telling you whatever the flaws are that they're attempting to always share with you, and now how you are always doing wrong, it's always your fault. That's really a projection of who they actually are that they've not chosen to accept or deal with.
This is so rich. I'm gonna keep these coming because the box is lit up, Doc. Okay, so this one is from Tiffany Brown. She asks, how do you handle PTSD ex-military? How do you handle a PTSD ex-military partner?
I think that's loaded. I think it depends on what experience you're having, and if they are and or are willing to choose to get help. What we tend to do is give them a way out and give them a justification and excuse and feel sorry for them. It's not their fault and it's not to blame because they had a bad childhood, because they experienced domestic violence, because they have PTSD, because they were in war and they have these wounds. And so, of course, they're going to be mad and angry, upset. It's not their fault, but it is their fault. We are the owners of our own stories. We are the controllers of our own narratives. We have the power and authority to change our behavior when we want to. If they want to be different, they will. It will take courage and bravery for them to choose to get the help that they need so they will not walk around this earth bruising and scarring other people. And so you deal with it by attempting, when depending on which mood and mode they in, because we know when they can be approachable, because we walk on eggshells enough to determine what they mood gonna be. We've learned that pretty good. You see an opportunity to have a conversation about what you need. Expressing your needs are okay. We often don't do that either, and that's how we end up in these situations, because we put ourselves on a back burner to where we don't even know what we need, what we desire, what we want, what we're looking for. So you determine what it is you need from your partner, what behaviors you need to change and or cease. You ask if they're willing to give that to you, and if they want to give that to you, the steps they need to take to get help to do that.
Ashe, you are a legend. My goodness. I'm gonna throw this question up here just to diversify this a bit as we run out of time. So Nicole Player asks a good question. She says, how do you communicate with your kids about your divorce and what you experienced?
Whew, child. Okay, so this has been an ongoing tug of war for me, because while I want to be honest with them to the best of my ability, I still want to protect their innocence, and I don't want to badmouth their father. Like, we know about people that just badmouth the other parent, even if it's not a real justification, just because they mad. I have very valid reasons, and my truth is the truth. I'm not lying to them if I would have to tell them the whole story. But I think I chose to do it bit by bit, piece by piece. And some of it was surfaced because they already know, because they experienced it, they seen it, right? They seen it before I saw it because they smart. And so I'm honest with them to a degree. I'm careful about the words that I choose. I'm careful about the blame that I say, right? Because we both were to blame, what I accepted, what I didn't, right? Period. When I chose to walk away. And I allow them to express their feelings and thoughts to me as they want. And I have them in counseling so that they can do the same. I work really closely with their counselors. My son has a different counselor than my girls. It was important that he had a male counselor because of the ego and pride that his dad instilled in him with the toxic masculinity. So it was critical that in order for him to grow and not become his dad, he had a positive Black male figure to talk to. So I work closely with their counselors to ensure that those parts are discussed. We talk about what's healthy, what's unhealthy, and I named the fact that we had an unhealthy marriage, and then I named some of the things that occurred that were unhealthy: yelling, name calling, talked about what emotional and verbal abuse was without going into like scenarios that as specific as I was in the talk. I don't share that much with them, but I give them enough for them to understand what happened.
So good. Very quickly, and I'm not surprised because you're just a wealth of knowledge. We have hit the time, y'all. Please do tell them, Dr. King, how they can stay connected to you and continue to learn from you, walk with you, support you. What would you share?
So Instagram is going to be the best way. I already saw a few folks follow, and I've already actually chatted with y'all a little bit in the message. I was like, "Hey, girl, hey." So you can find me on Instagram at Dr. King Speaks. Feel free to give me a follow. Send me a DM with any of the questions that came in today that you didn't get an answer to. Feel free to do that, and then talk about getting a consultation potentially.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Listen, you already know the first time I had a one-on-one with you, you had me crying over here. So I'm gonna stay tight, close to you. I appreciate for everything you poured today. Thank you so much, Dr. King.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Have a good one.
Bye, sis. All right, y'all. So it's the DJ set right now and appropriately timed. Okay, because we're gonna lift our spirits a bit. We're gonna process a bit. We're gonna process a little later with Neff. Okay. But DJ said CJTO is about to spin on the ones and twos. Right after that, we're going to have a panel discussion called Quiet Quitting in Black Women. So keep it locked. Okay. I'll see y'all on the other side. Peace.
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
Come on. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
Uh-oh. It's day 2.
See us in the club, just show a little love, represent your side like me. Round here, if you slip, you catch a hot one. One shot, then a couple of them down one. Belvedere in the rear of the club, pulled up on dubs, and we about to go and buy the bar up. So, for sure, we ain't playing. Hang with no lames, walk insane. Hey, where the party at? Girls is on the way with a Bacardi at. Yes, we do. Models and models talking all of that. You know, I can't forget about my love. Where the party at? And all my girls. In their best outfit, just showing that skin, trying to make it on the spit. Where you been, girl? You and your friend need to come to the back. We got it locked down. Be a white t-shirt or a 3-piece suit, don't matter what you wear. All that matters is who you with. Some jiggy, some straight grind. All up in the club just to have a good time. Hey, where the party at? Girls is on the way with a Bacardi at. Models and models talking all of that. No, I can't forget about my love. Where the party at?
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
Some of them be crawling, get the best of you whenever I put my all in. Have mommies calling for the Lord, darling, jigger and Paulin. Ass drop, hoops with half the top, expose half my knot. Nigga mad when I brag about the cash I got, but I'm used to not having a lot. I'm from the gutter and I ain't the type to ever chase your boss. I'm the type to interior decorate the watch. I'm the type to sling heavyweight on the block in every state like clock. Work jiggers to hurt, holla.
Your lips are telling me yes, while you're kissing on my neck, making me feel so. Should I stay? Should I go? I don't know. Your hot boy style drives me wild, but in the back of my mind, I know. I wanna see how you put that thing on me. I can't let you mess up me, even though I wanna see.
Ride with me.
Virtual Summit, hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit on all
5,
social
4, 3,
media.
2, 1. Carolina blue kicks, hottest on the block. Used to Willie bicycle since I was 6. High school, the crossover, waved away pics. Music is the same, gave away hits. So my get it together or forget it forever. When I go at you hard, I can get it through leather. You act like Jigga can, get it whoever. Talking you got a man, okay, ma, and that's high school, making me chase you round for months. Having a fear, act like in the dough for once. Plus my hand is up your skirt, goddamn you flirt. What's a little me on top gonna hurt? Maybe a little, but pain is pleasure and pressure bust pipes. And you look like the I like it rough type. We can crush the night, tell me what you like. I got a yellow bottle on a bucket of ice, get right. Young Hova.
Even though I wanna see how good that thing
You are not ready. Unstoppable dynasty, young Hova.
Hustler, baby. I just want you to know.
Let you know.
It ain't where I've been.
It ain't where I've been.
But where I'm about to go.
Top of the world.
I just wanna love you.
Just wanna love
Be
you.
who I am.
Know you love me.
All is cash.
Not ready. Unstoppable dynasty, young Hova.
Hustler, baby. I just want you to know.
Let you
Hi,
know.
yo,
It ain't where I've been.
It ain't where I've been.
But
where I'm about to go. Vibe with me.
I just wanna love you.
Just wanna love
Be
you.
who I am.
Know you love me.
All is cash.
More money, more
Don't
problems.
forget your man. Now give it to me.
Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
But don't bullshit me.
Come on, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
When the Remy's in the system, ain't no telling when I fuck 'em, will I diss 'em. That's what they be yelling. I'm a pimp by blood, not relation. Y'all be chasing, I replace them, huh? Drunk on Chris, mommy on E. Can't keep a little model hands off me. Both in the club, singing off key.
Hi,
I
yo.
wish I never met
Hold
her.
up.
It gets better, ordered another round. It's about to go down. Got 6 model chicks, 6 bottles of Chris. 4 velvet hairs, got weed everywhere. What do you say? Me, you, and your Chloe glasses. Go somewhere private where we could discuss fashion like Prada blouse,
What
Gucci
you
bra,
say?
okay? Filth on jeans,
Take that
off.
Give it to me.
Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
But don't bullshit me.
Come on, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
Give it to me.
Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
But don't bullshit me.
Mama, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
Yeah, save the narrative, you saving it for marriage. Let's keep it real, man, you saving it for carriage. You wanna see how far I'ma go, how much I'ma spend, but you already know. Zip zero, stingy with the Niro. Might buy you Chris, but that about it. Might light your wrist, but that about it. I might wipe you and buy you nice whips, mom, but you really gotta ride nice. Know how to work your hips and your hands priceless. Profess your love the Hove and I never let you down. Get you bling like the Neptune sound. Okay, hot hole, too hot to hold. Ladies love me long time like Tupac soul. Only way to roll, Jigga and 2 ladies, I'm too cold. Motorola, 2-way page, come on.
Give it to me.
Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
But don't bullshit me.
Come on, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
So give it to me.
Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
But don't bullshit me.
Mama, give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
It's the DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
Baby girl, you know my situation. And sometimes I know you get impatient, but you don't put on a show to get ovations. Take it to court and go through litigations. And I respect your gangster. Treat you like a princess and put some on your neck to thank you. She's my pinch hitter. When the starting lineup ain't playing right, I come off the bench with her. It might sound like I'm gassing ya, but it takes time to get from the backseat to the passenger. We've been creeping and sneaking just to keep it from leaking. We so deep in our freaking and we don't sleep on the weekend. Wifey's a little bit uptight. Wonder why I keep coming home in the middle of the night. It'll be alright. If y'all bump heads, it'll be a fight. But I said it'll be alright. Come on.
I really wanna be with you. Wanna be real with you. I can't leave you alone. And I know I'm living wrong, but I can't let you go. You're the one I want in my life. Already got a wife. Can't leave you alone. And I know I'm living wrong.
with me. Take me back,
You
whoa.
ain't never step out of line or get out of pocket. So I made sure canary sit out your locket to protect you. I get out and cock it, and you know the barrel of my big enough to spit out a rocket. Oh, you gon' play dumb if cops do come through. I gotta keep the top up if my drop do come through. But I know the boutiques and shops you run through. So I cop her one and cop you one too. You always get a daily page, weekly ring. Plus you ain't too shy to do them freaky things. I ain't gotta put a band on your finger. I worry about you telling the whole world I'm your man while I'm Springer. At first you was something I denied, something I would slide, just to do something in the ride. But shorty, it's something you provide. Cause the entree ain't as good without something on the side, you know.
I really wanna be with you. Wanna be real with you. I can't leave you alone. And I know I'm living wrong, but I can't let you go. You're the one I want in my life. Already got away. Can't leave you alone. And I know I'm living wrong, but I can't let you go.
What's poppin'? Happy Tuesday. I go by the name of DJ T.O. The illest CJ. Hashtag she's so dope. Listen, you got a request, talk to me. You see the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Tap in with me, and of course at CJ T.O.
Children growing, women producing, men go work inside the state. Everyone's got to make it.
We off the block this year.
Went from a low to a lot this year.
Everybody mad at the rocks that I wear.
I know where I'm going and I know where I'm from. You hear locks in the air.
Yeah, we at the airport out. D block from the block where everybody Air Forced out.
With a new white tee, you fresh. Nothing phony with us. Make the money, get the mansion, bring the homies with us.
By the rocks that I got, I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. From In Living Color to movie scripts to all the six to J-Lo to this headline clips. I stay grounded as the amounts roll in. I'm real, I thought I told ya. I'm real, even on no bruh. That's just me. Nothing phony, don't hate on me. What you get is what you see. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. I'm down to earth like this, rocking this business. I've grown up so much, I'm in control and loving it. Rumors got me laughing, kid. I love my life and my public. Put God first and can't forget to stay real. To me, it's like breathing. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still
Vibe
Jenny
with
from
me.
the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from.
We gonna turn up today. It is Tuesday. We gonna throw it back and turn up at the same time, man. These just dope vibes only. You got a request at CJTO, and of course, use that hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Even if you don't got a request, let us know you rocking with us.
Wait a minute.
I don't think y'all ready for this one.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
I don't think y'all ready for this one.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, hey.
Remember this one?
Girl, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, hey. Wait a minute. Working all day, and now it's on. Pull up and don't play, and the line is long. Girls in the club, I wanna ice grilling his thugs. I wanna thumb. Is it 'cause I'm a shine? Major ice. I'm talking about blind ya, Vegas lights. Never on the scene without my team. Cali, sticky green. It's on and pop.
It's the CJ, DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
I swear, I'ma vibe with me.
DJ T.O.
Sleep without it. Meanwhile, I loved you. You were my girl. You see, but the world of you. But you're so steady, baby. It's okay, girl. 'Cause I'ma be alright tonight. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. 'Cause I'ma be alright tonight.
Vibe with me. It's Tuesday, man. We gonna turn up. Vibe with me.
Honestly, if I tell what you wanna know, love, there ain't another. Don't want no other lover. I'll put nothing above ya. I kick 'em to the gutter. You try to shake me, wound up loving me crazy now. Look at us lately and tell 'em who's your lady. I never thought you'd be the one, make me shine brighter than the sun. There ain't no ups and downs, no winning outs. You're here right now. If you want me to stay, I'll never leave. If you want me to stay, we'll always be. If you want me to stay, love endlessly. If you want me to stay, and I believe you. Now you're loving that. We're happy, it's a fact. Can nothing hold us back? We got this in the bag. There ain't no maybes, no question, love you daily now. Look at us lately and tell 'em who's your lady. I never thought you'd be the one, make me shine brighter than the sun. There ain't no ups and downs, no winning outs. You're here right now. If you want me to stay, I'll never leave. If you want me to stay, we'll always be. If you want me to stay, love endlessly. If you want me to stay, and I believe you.
CJTO.
Vibe with me. Hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit.
DJ T.O.
Patel, Spanky on it. The remix to the remix with Yankee on it.
Esto es un fongo, un shimmy con Nori on it. Un reggaeton con Don Star and Big Mato on it.
Oh, we about to take it here. It's Tuesday.
DJ T.O. She's so dope. JTO.
Rob with me. I'm just having fun right now. Happy Tuesday. Hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Hold up.
It's after midnight and she's on your phone. Saying come over 'cause she's all alone. I could tell it was your ex by your tone. Why is she calling now after so long? Now what is it that she wants? Tell me what is it that she needs? Did she hear about the brand new biz that you just bought for me? 'Cause y'all didn't have no kids. Didn't share no mutual friends. And you told me that she turned trick when y'all broke up in 96. What you gonna do when you can't say no? And it feels like a show, boy, I really need to know. And how you gonna act, how you gonna handle that? What you gonna do when she wants you back? What you gonna do when you can't say no? And it feels like a show, boy, I really need to know. And how you gonna act, how you gonna handle that? What you gonna do when she wants you back? What you gonna do when you can't say no? And it feels like a show, boy, I really need to know. And how you gonna act, how you gonna handle that? What you gonna do when she wants you back? There's no need to reminisce about the past. Obviously, 'cause that shit did not last. I know how a woman will try to game you. You don't get caught up because, baby, you lose. Now what is it that she wants? What is it that she wants? What is it that she needs? Should she hear about the brand new biz that you just bought for me? Cause y'all didn't have no kids, didn't share no mutual friends. No, no, no. And you told me
DJ T.O.
So we're jamming in the party, and you're waiting on me, pushing everything. Right back on top of me, yeah. But if you think you're gonna get away from me, you better change your mind. You're going home. You're going home with me tonight. Let me hold you, go caress my body. You got me going crazy. You turn me on, turn me on. Let me charm you, go wine all around me. You got me going crazy. You turn me on, turn me on.
When I get on, I go get with tonight. If she thinks a man, I go fight. Me don't see that with popcorn and Sprite. Walk home play me like I.
One another ground a bumper cock sky high, whining hard on me, got my python hollering from mercy, yeah. Then the whisper in the race went harder, and then she said to me, boy, just push that thing, push it harder back on me. So let me hold you, go caress my body. You got me going crazy. You
turn me up, turn me up. Baby, let me love you. Put your arms around me. You got me going crazy. Turn me up, turn me up. From the moment you was dancing in the party, pushing out on me, giving everything. You're giving everything tonight. And if you thought you could get away from me and get away from me, girl, just take your time. You're coming on with me tonight. Girl, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer? Yeah, 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 yeah. Girl, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer? Yeah, 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 yeah. She only love me 'cause I'm dangerous. That boom boom sound like angel dust. Girl, let me hold ya. Put me ting all around ya. Make me feel like I own ya. Kill it boom like a warrior. Hit the boom like. Girl, I got a question for ya. Can I get an answer? Yeah, 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 yeah. Girl, I got a question for ya. Can I get an answer?
It's the DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
I'm so controlled when I see you standing there in front of me. Your style, your clothes, your hair, your flair, woman, you look so sexy. The way you whine and way you dance and the way that you twist and turn your waist. Leaves me wanting, leaves me yearning, leaves me feeling for a taste. Before the end of the night,
vibe with me.
Little woman, man, I need you so much. Tempted to touch, tempted to touch. A little woman, man, I'm inside your clutch. Tempted to touch, tempted to touch. A little woman, man, I need you so much. Tempted to touch, tempted to touch. A little woman, man, I'm inside your clutch. A little woman, man, I'm inside your clutch.
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
I'm the type of girl that look you dead in the eye. I'm realistic
Monte.
DJTO.
Come on, girl, tell me how you feel. Come on, girl, tell me what's the deal.
Oh, my baby's my baby girl. Yes, no, hurt me so good, baby. Oh, I'm so wrapped up in your love. Let me go. Let me breathe. Stay on my fantasy. Baby boy, stay on my mind. Fulfill my fantasy.
Come on, girl, tell me how you feel.
I think about you all the time. I see you in my dreams. Baby boy, not a day goes by.
Come on, girl, tell me how you feel.
We gonna switch gears.
You're now in the mix with DJ T.O.
Just saying, came in with an FN. Two girls with him told me he ain't got a preference. Let them both down and I asked a few questions. Met last week and they already best friends, already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends.
She's a Georgia State freshman. Told her I'ma pull up at your place at 10. Girl, you look good, I would risk everything. Make me forget what safe sex is. I'ma finish right now if I don't take breaths in. I recommend you don't listen to your friends. It ain't been the same since they stepped in. 25 deep in the same section. I'm on fire, you off hand. Tell me this ain't something that you do often. I can't say the same, so use caution.
Just saying, came in with an FN. Two girls with him told me he ain't got a preference. Let them both down and I asked a few questions. Met last week and they already best friends, already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends.
Two at a time laying in my bed. One at the top and the other giving. Girl, I'm girl, I love the taste. You can run around, I love the chase. If you need a break cause you thirsty, don't trip cause I know you're burning up. She said she love me but she want her 11-11. Baby, make a wishing, I'ma do what you want. Ain't no more intermission, I'm tryna see what you want.
Just saying, came in with an FN. Two girls with him told me he ain't got a preference. Let them both down and I asked a few questions. Met last week and they already best friends, already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends. Met last week and they already best friends.
Use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Shout out to the Blaze Group LLC for putting together a dope conference and summit for women.
Talk big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, go first class, I'm the pilot. Put it in perspective. I got everything I wanted and some extra. I am not the type of turning into a detective. Got two on my own phone, barely even checked them. Uber eats the food I don't call, I just text them. Cashed out on bail, my little got invested. This out my Lexus, no backseat, so no besties. I checked it, no guesses, so don't text. Hey, 2 pistols, 30s in the clip, these are Kimbos. Open hand, smack him in his mid, I'm Kimbo. You be throwing cash on the strip, my little sucking for the free. I got a but a they got me. I know she trip when I dip, so I they pillow talking about me like I'm sick, but she ain't know this shit. 3 rings in my teeth, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy Eilish. Prada, right from the back on the island. Already talking crazy, my mind and now it's silent. Run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy Eilish. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy Eilish. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, go first class, I'm the pipe.
Come on, ladies, vibe with me. out to the Blaze Group LLC, hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. I guarantee you won't.
You won't break my soul. 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 I'm telling everybody, 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 everybody. Now I just fell in love, and I just quit my job. I'm gonna find no drive. Damn, they work me so damn hard. Work by 9, then off past 5. And they work my nerves, that's why I cannot sleep at night. Motivation, I'm looking for a new foundation, yeah. And I'm on that new vibration. I'm building my own foundation, yeah. Hold up, oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul. 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 I tell everybody, nah, nah, everybody, everybody, everybody.
Release your anger, release your mind, release your job, release the time, release your trade, release the stress, release the love, forget the rest.
I'ma lay down my head, 'cause I lost my mind. B is back and I'm sleeping real good at night. The queens in the front and the doms in the back. Ain't taking no flicks, but the whole click snap. There's a whole lot of people in the house trying to smoke with the yak in your mouth. And we back outside. You said you outside, but you ain't that outside. Worldwide hoodie with the mask outside. In case you forgot how we act outside. Motivation. I done found me a new foundation, yeah. Checking my new salvation. And I'ma build my own foundation, yeah. Now, baby, you won't break my soul. 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 And I'm telling everybody, 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 yeah. You don't see it, you won't see it, that we all know. Break my soul. You don't think it, you won't be it, that love ain't yours. Break my soul. Trying to fake it never makes it, that we all know. Break my soul. Have the stress and I'll take less, I'll justify love.
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
All of this winning, I've been losing my mind. Oh, hold on, don't try to slow me down. Hold on, don't try to slow me down, slow me down. And now to make a fool for it. You gon' need an address when I lose the boy. Ratchet, you a tool, the boy. Mama say I'm tripping, daddy say I'm tripping. Mouth talking dirty, but my lips so clean. I'm a body like a bumper car sticker. Better make it smile when you see that bitch pull up. Money don't make me happy, and a fella can't make me fancy. You smiling for a whole nother reason. It's all smiles through all 4 seasons. Shining, 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 yeah. All of this winning, I've been losing my mind. Oh, hold on, don't try to slow me down. Hold on, don't try to slow me down, slow me down. Yeah, I dropped the top out the coupe. They try to get at me, ooh. They say I'm sweet just like you. Yeah. Say yeah. Said everything, yeah. Petty, I've been winning steady. Yes, all up on your grill, the boy. Popping off at the mouth, thought, yeah, boy. Came out 97, winning 20 years, boy. All is good, I don't feel bad for it. Yeah, when you see me smile, you can't be mad at it. Yeah, money don't make me happy, and a fella can't make me fancy. We smiling for a whole other reason. It's all smiles through all 4 seasons. Shining, yeah. All of this winning, I've been losing my mind. Oh, hold on, don't try to slow me down. Hold on, don't try to slow me down, slow me down. All of this winning.
Shout out to my ladies out there winning. I go by the name of DJ T.O. the LSCJ, hashtag she's so dope. Hit me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all that at SheJTO. And of course, use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Vibe with me.
First off, mind your business. Bad every day like Christmas. Attitude on you pay me. It take more than a Bentley to date got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't. Ooh, I love when they chase me. Good luck if you trying to replace me. 220 on the dash like Stacy, and yeah, that fine, but he moved too jank. Got me. I don't trust him. If he don't got more than me, I can't. If he don't got what I need, I duck him. I don't pop like a pea, I bust him. Bad gon' shop, no gimmicks. Brand new drop top, not renting. And every time a start, I finish. If it ain't money in the text, don't send it. First off, mind your business. Bad every day like Christmas. Attitude on you pay me. It take more than a Bentley to date got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't.
Please got me what up. Lying on that little you ain't touch none. Daddy caught me the lamb, did his big one. How y'all getting on the reach, ain't getting some. Tight, fat, wet, no smell. I be buying Birkins like them on sale. He be in the field, but he ain't in the NFL. Got back my way before the BBL. He's twice my age, but I ain't half as paid. If he ain't getting more than me, then he ain't getting no play. Only business that I mind is the one that pay. My kids gon' have they way.
First off, mind your business. Bad every day like Christmas. Attitude on you pay me. It take more than a Bentley to date got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't got me. I don't trust him. If he ain't got more than me, can't.
SheJTO.
What you heard, that's true, yeah. Him and you, yeah. If you believe I do that, had to cut them all loose, yeah. Indy ain't no loose lips. Now they all tryna sue me. Psh, I don't give two lips. All the rumors are true, yeah. I've been in the bamboo, yeah. Focused on this music. My ex, man, he blew it. Last year I thought I would lose it. Reading on the internet, my smoothie cleanser might die. No, I ain't smashed Drake yet. Spending all your time trying to break a woman down. Real things are going on, baby. Take a look around. If you thought that I was ratchet with my hanging out, just wait until the summer when they let me out the house. Yep.
True, yeah, fake bulls, yeah, made $1 million at suits, yeah, y'all be running with fake news, yeah, Cardi and poppin', no, that's the machine, nobody listen, they buying them streams, they even posted on blogs overseas, and lying a language I can't even read, the f*** is this milk, I'm a bronze to some pop hits, used to pop off when they pop hits, but I'm calmed down and I'm locked in, and my records live in the top 10, let's go, teach me about big girl, okay. Last time I got freaky, the FCC sued me, but I'ma keep doing what I wanna do, cause all the rumors are true.
Yeah, they hated on me since school, yeah. I never thought I was cool, yeah. Now me and Cardi, we cool, yeah. I love pros on pros, yeah. I am body goals, yeah. This here from my soul, yeah. Black people may rock and roll, yeah. Why you spending all your time trying to break a woman down? Real things are going on, baby. Take a look around. If you thought that I was ratchet with my hanging out, just wait until the summer when they let me out the house. Yeah. Give them something to talk about. Sick of wars, but haters do what they do.
It's a vibe. Happy Tuesday.
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
Baby, something's on my mind, I gotta say it. Yeah, your loving done changed. It ain't the same girl, and
kind type bitch, baby.
Just to make a statement, he gon' need a body bag or a knapsack. He'll fold under pressure. I can tell from his posture, man, he ain't really like that. Mama told me I don't care if you scared, go in for the kill. If they try, you better fight back. We beat his if he try to throw the folks up. What's all that you was saying like you was so tough? They gon' have to carry your mans if he approach us. Creeping in that glizzy of bland when we get close up. Rich gangsta, my gun match the color of my cop. Any sudden movement, this go far. Better have him hugging our law. I'm the GOAT, I'm a thug, I'm a star. Youngin' trying to clear a crowd with the heat. When you rhyme, better keep it 40 cal by the seat. He was making wrong till they found him deceased. There's a whole lot of evil woman around in the streets. So you better look both ways. Make your soul shake. Demon standing in the doorway. Tell me, honey, are you okay? Screaming out, no way. Tell me, honey, are you okay? Still on that bullshit, MJ. Really one of the hottest, and I never dropped a mixtape. All my life had to risk take. But if they come and try me, 40 kick it to my wrist break. Let anybody in this play. I'ma have my C's leave his in the ground with a stiff face. Where I'm from, all the killers turn hood legend. And they known through them blocks like the Kimbe. Told on something bigger than the Great Khali. 30 shots to knock him down like Muhammad Ali. Do the race, scratch off in the track off G. Catch him lacking, then it's RIP. Youngin' trying to clear a crowd with the heat. When you rhyme, better keep it 40 cal by the seat. He was making wrong till they found him deceased. There's a whole lot of evil woman around in the streets. So you better look both ways. Make your soul shake. Demon standing in the doorway. Tell me, honey, are you okay? Screaming out, no way. Tell me, honey, are you okay?
Listen to this track.
Girl, the way you moving got me in the train. DJ, turn me up. Ladies, it's your thing. Girl, the way you moving got me in the train. DJ, turn me up. Ladies, it's your thing. Girl, the way you moving got me in the train. DJ, turn me up.
Shout out to my ladies.
Ladies, it's your thing.
Shout out to the Blaze Group LLC for putting on the dope shimmy for black female entrepreneurs. Wait, no, let's go.
She don't care when she walks, she gets stairs, brown skin or a yellow bone. DJ, this my favorite song, so I'ma make it thunderstorm. Blood, want it, block her, yeah. Flow it, I don't care. Blessings flying everywhere. Have my partner Roscoe like, bro, I'm drinking hell. Can't you tell? Lose 70 bands that fit this stat so fucking well. I'm trying to hit the hotel with two girls, that's wallow me. Take this dick when I swallow. Hey, Moscato got a freaky. Hey, you got me in the trends. Please take off your pants. Pop up on the handstand. You got me sweating. Please pass me a fan.
Girl, the way you moving got me in a trance. DJ, turn me up. Ladies, this your thing. I'ma sip Moscato. You gon' move them pants. I'ma throw this money while you do it with no hands. Girl, drop it to the floor. I love the way your booty go. All I wanna do is sit back and watch you move, and I'ma see the thought cash.
She said, look, ma, no hands. She said, look, ma, no hands. And no, darling, I don't dance. And I'm with Roscoe, I'm with Walker. I think I deserve a chance. I'm a bad motherfucker. Going at some motherfuckers. A young, handsome motherfucker. I sling that, just nunchuck 'em. And who you with? And what's your name? And you not hip, boo, I'm Wale. And that DC shit, I rap all day. And my eyes red cause I all that. Don't blow my high, let me shine. Drum on the beat, let me take my time. Look, one beat, we can take it outside. Fuck what, bro? These ain't mine. Is you out your mind? You out your league. I sweat no, they wear out weeds. Wear out tracks, let me do my thing. I got 16 for this Roscoe thing, but I'm almost done. Let me get back to it. Whole lot of in the low backwood. Whole lot of money, big tip, I would. I put on the train, little engine could.
Okay.
Girl, the way you moving got me in a trance. DJ, turn me up. Ladies, this your jam. I'ma sip Moscato. You gon' move them pants. And I'ma throw this money while you do it with no hands. Girl, drop it to the floor. I love the way your booty go. All I wanna do is sit back and watch you move, and I'ma
We gotta let this one ride. We gon' let this one right.
Roscoe Day.
Yo, R-O-S-C-O, we missed it.
Shawty put it on me. Please. I be going ham. Shorty upgrade from bologna. Please. Them niggas tipping good, girl, but I can make you flush. Cause I walk around with pockets that are bigger than my bust. Whoa. Rain, go away. That's what all my haters say. My pocket's stuck on overload. My rain never evaporates. No need to elaborate. Most of these ducks exaggerate. But I'ma get money every day. Stunting ducks might get a chance after me. Bitch, I'm ballin' like I'm coming off a free throw. Cause ahead of the game, no cheat code. Lambo, Roscoe, no street code. And your booty got me lost like Nemo. Go on and do your dance. Right now. And I'ma throw this money while you do it with no hands. Go. Girl, the way you're moving got me in a trance. DJ, turn me up. Ladies, this your jam. I'ma sip Moscato and you gon' lose them pants. And I'ma throw this money while you do it with no hands. Girl, drop it to the floor. All the way up, booty girl. All I wanna do is sit back and watch you move and I'll proceed to
Yeah, I'm a star, I got your baby wishing. He say he hungry, this cookie the kitchen. Yeah, that's my dog, he gon' sit down and listen. Call him a trick and he don't get a hold up. Yeah, I'm a star, I got your baby wishing. He say he hungry, this cookie the kitchen. Yeah, that's my dog, he gon' sit down and listen. Call him a trick and he don't get offended. He know he giving his money to Megan. He know it's very expensive to date me. Told him go put my name on that account because when I need money, I ain't tryna hold up. He know he giving his money to Megan. He know it's very expensive to date me. Told him go put my name on that account because when I need money, I ain't tryna wait. I can't be with, no, you can't touch this, ayy. I do rich, my money thick, ayy. Walk with a limp, I'm on some pimp shit, ayy. He say you all about money, yeah. I'm on that cash, I'm in my bag, ayy, yeah. I'm on your ayy, yeah. I'm in that new shit. You on that last year, and I do pimp shit, girl, you on simp shit. Ay, he say you all about money, yeah. I'm on that cash.
You know how they love me? Why? Cause baby don't give what you do. I be fixing the weed while she's out, then I back and killing her. Know I give it up. I be cool on them, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little and they Megan. This little thing here style. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of don't even say hello. And whenever we back, put her in the headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed. Got a bone like a Camaro.
I can't be no, you can't touch this. Ayy, I do rich, my money thick, ayy. Walk with a limp, I'm on some pimp shit. Ayy, he say you all about money, yeah. I'm on that cash, I'm in my bag, ayy, yeah. I'm on your ayy, yeah. I'm in that new shit. You on that last year, and I do pimp shit, girl, you on simp shit. Ay, he say you all about money, yeah. I'm on that cash, ayy.
I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Get them crossing the line today. The hate be so real, the love be fake. Be bumping they gums and bumping my tape. Don't go against me, they ask for my help. Go get out your feelings and get it yourself. Might got the same shoes, but you ain't gon' step. That that you just put out, you could've kept. Yup, she got a he got a shirt. Why? You can't compete when you can't compare. She ate the through my underwear. Got up and got herself out of there. I see they put me on memes and things. Don't speak on my life without knowing the real. 8 figures a year, what it cost me to live. Don't hold it, just say what you feel. But watch your mouth before I fly at your to a place that she didn't know exist. Mediterranean water my wrist. Keep it on piss how I'm talking my 6 figure check for a show, man, I'm lit. Let's celebrate now, my bag legit. These with me with whatever I'm with. Didn't know who did it, got everybody hit. I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cordial. How you wanna go back? How you wanna do it? I don't backtrack, man. That. I don't miss nobody. I don't miss nothing. Left it on scene, I ain't right back. I don't trust nobody. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Get them crossing the line today. These will cry and be lying in your face. Slicker than us, gotta know how they play. If the money wasn't straight, you wouldn't be here today. Ain't that man sure know what to say. You ain't me, so it's hard to relate. But how much cash I off every day? Big bag every day. Big bag every day. Big bag every day.
Shout out to all my ladies vibing with us right now. Shout out to the Blaze Group LLC. Make sure you use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit on all social media. Of course, we doing this all week.
Straightening, yeah. Straightening, yeah. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. You don't get straight, you don't straighten it. In this game, sit back, be patient. Act like the game went vacant. Act like some been taken. What? Ain't nothing but a little bit of straightening. Been kicking, been popping out daily. On the island, it's a movie I'm making. I'm counting the narrows with Robert De Niro. He telling them that you're amazing. Put that on. get on. I bought 2 whips and I put my boot on. She put this wrist on. She fat the wrist said it went rich and meal prone. Turn a pandemic into a pandemic. You know that we on. Yes, sir. Them gon' pull up and L at this together won't get what you homes. I don't do the fake kicking. No. There go a rocket, it's taking it. It's a problem with few, then we straightening it. Swap out the cat, put a demon in it. Upgrade the band up, put fiends in it. I got some shooters you ain't seen with me. We're running back, I just seen tenant. We gonna get straightening. Yeah, straightening. Yeah, don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. You don't get straight, you don't straighten it.
You don't get straight if you don't straighten it. No. I'm the type to sit back and watch patient. Do a trick with the stick, it's amazing. In the bando, chopping out bacon. Loads on like I'm starring in the Matrix. I keep the cookie like my grandma made it. I get the keys and the pounds and the babies. And the bricks came white like shady. Drive the Lambo through the avenue. Pretty little bitch with an attitude. Give a shout out to them white boys. All white rolls look radical. Keep you a 5, don't let them take it. If they get charged, you gotta get straight. I got your op, I give them a facelift. My niggas lurking and spending the day shift. I got them right when you see me. Rack A. Spin back to back, it's a repeat. Championship, it's a 3-peat. Shoot out the window like Drizzy and Freaky. I keep it on me, believe me. Yes, sir. I be up high where the trees be. I go and put on so much of this ice. They say don't touch me, you gon' freeze me.
Straightening. Yeah, straightening. Yeah, don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. You don't get straight, you don't straighten.
Get my straightening. Automatic handgun like the Navy. I keep 100 round drum, ain't fading. Turn it to a mummy with a payment. Terminator with the money, it was grave. Spin an op block, rock about baby. Made it talk stop, made it mama hate. We were trapping at the spot, out the base. Tasmanian devil, we spin on your block. Spin. I pop a perk and I'm going berserk. And I woke up and bought me a job. Like straight to the point, I get straight to the straight. And your buddy, he can't even walk. We gutted them, nobody talk. We gutted new color, then start to fall. New trapping and hustling, beat down the wall. On with the stepper, Northside rapper. Boy, keep a Mac in the back of the Tesla. On with the gang, we could never be selfish. Watch how I dress, I'm the dripping professor. Bought a kill tech, then I bought a compressor. Time to press them, eat them for breakfast. Taught them a lesson, I'm never confessing. Never my message, somebody stretch them.
Straightening. Yeah, straightening. Yeah, don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. Don't nothing get straightening but straightening. You don't get straight, you don't straighten.
I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Happy Tuesday. Shout out to the Blaze Group LLC for having me. Again, we gonna do this all week. I go by the name of DJ T.O. Of course, it's at SheJTO on all social media. I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. That's all I got.
What's up, Black women all across the world? It's day 2 of the Blaze Virtual Summit, Winter 2022, and y'all keep it popping. I am so excited that everybody is here, especially for this conversation, quiet quitting and Black women. Because they haven't inserted us yet, but Black women are entering the chat today. We have the perfect voices and thought leaders on this conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves before we get into some things. I want to start with you, Kayla. Can you please share a bit about your background, your business, and your passion today?
Absolutely. What's up, everybody? My name is Kayla Life. I am the rebrand strategist, aka the main character cultivator, right here in Rebrand Land, home in the main character, where we teach you how to be the center of your story. My background really comes heavily from education. I held no job outside of education before starting my own design business. But with that being said, in that realm of education, I've worked as a teacher, a school counselor, the DEI lead, the researcher. I'm building a school currently as we speak. So I'm very familiar with what our topic is and what we're going to be doing and how we can just move our entire culture forward in this area.
Ashe, and I always tell Kayla, it's like her last name is on point. Like every time she opens her mouth, it's just full of vibrancy. Kayla, I'm so happy that you're part of this discussion today. Rakita, on over to you, Mama. Tell us your story.
Yeah, my name is Rakita Franklin. I am the founder and CEO of Sonnet Consulting, where I help diverse leaders with communication and active listening skills for genuine collaboration with their staff to really just build better teams. So my background really comes from a lot of everything. I have a bachelor's degree in vocal music and philosophy. And once I graduated and realized that I had a degree that was worth a whole bunch of nothing, I flailed a little bit. I did customer service and hospitality and realized that I don't want to talk to people every day. I really value connections with folks, but I can't do it at this level and this well on a daily basis. So I went back to my alma mater, Lincoln University of Missouri, and started working at Trio. And that was my introduction to higher education, was like coming back home, coming back to work for a program I had worked for before, well, that I was a participant in, and really helping people like myself. And that's where I started in higher education. And to be honest, with the pandemic, I was happy that everyone was working virtually, but your girl has had a flexible schedule all of her life. So when they took my flexible schedule away, I was like, okay, this is the time. Like, no one's going to give me what I need but me. So my background in adult education and training really leads me to do anything that I want to do as long as I do it with adults. So my passion today is to empower adults to continue to be lifelong learners.
That's so dope. Full circle moments, and then you still said I'm betting on me. That's what's up, Rakita. And do you sing?
I sing at home. The goal is
Okay.
to start singing again, but it's one of those things that if you don't use it, you really do lose it. So I'm interested in finding me a trainer here soon and starting to sing again.
Super dope. I sing. I love it. I mean, it's been a minute, so maybe I need to start saying what you're saying, but I love that. Like, if you do start singing again, keep me posted, sis, because I want to be there virtually or in person with all the snaps. Okay.
I got you.
Thank you. Super dope. And then last but definitely not least, we have a beautiful spirit by the name of Tamara in this conversation today. Tamara, please tell everyone a little bit about your background, your business, and your passion.
Hello. My name is Tamara Lincoln. I'm the CEO and founder of Lincoln Stone Paper. So Lincoln Stone Paper is waterproof, water-free, tree-free, and biodegradable products. We focus on protecting and saving the earth one stone at a time. My passion actually stemmed from my children themselves. They kept destroying my books, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're not about to keep doing that. So I ended up creating this indestructible notebook and also indestructible books for my children. My background is also education and nonprofit organization help, and also coaching. I'm a cheer coach. So that all actually collaborates together and just one big punch to the world to just make it better. So thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I love that. I'm happy you're here, sis. Indestructible books. I would have never even considered that before. So keep going, sis. Like, the sky is not even the limit. I think that's super fire, and we got to have more Black women's names visibly on our shit. Okay. Dope. Well, it's time to get into it. Okay. I'm so excited about this conversation because of all the things our elders told us about what we had to do and how we had to show up and the way the world worked, right? And I'm excited that these thought leaders are on the discussion today to say whatever it is, right? None of this is pre-planned, right? To say whatever it is they feel about this concept, but I want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language. So quickly, I'll define what quiet quitting is, okay? This phrase describes the current swell that's happening globally, honestly, where employees are deciding to only work within their work hours, okay, and not a minute more, and to only do, right, what is in the job description, right? And again, within those hours, okay? So nothing is spilling over, okay? Period. Ladies, I would love to know what your thoughts are on this act of rebellion. I see it as an act of rebellion. And how do you think it's correlated with the recurring notion that we've always had to be twice as good to get half as far? Okay. I want to start with you, Rakita. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so quiet quitting, or as some people call it, acting your wage, as the old folks will call it, being a job description employee. I love this, and the fact that it is seen as an act of rebellion is astonishing, if you ask me. I've always been a job description employee, and the times that I decided not to do that and I decided to go above and beyond, I was never compensated. Never compensated, and for me, never acknowledged. So for me, work is what it is. It's a contract. I'm getting something out of you and you getting something out of me. And the moment you're not getting the things out of me that you would like to get out of me, you're going to have a conversation or you're going to let me go. And I feel the same way about an employer. This is a contract and I came here to get something. And with my last position, I really obtained the job to be better in my business. It was all of the things that I wanted to do, but I wanted to do it in a low stakes, low risk, low money way. So I got a job. And once that job no longer served me, I had to go. But I think quiet quitting is a wonderful way to do your job and do all of the things that you are supposed to do, but also get some other things done within this time, because we really are meant to follow our passions and to be with our families and to really have more ownership over our time. I think to not quietly quit is really an act of letting folks cross your boundaries. I support it.
Man, that's so good. Even for me right now, because literally I did not stop quiet quitting until I quit the job. But like, I did not start quiet quitting until I quit the job. I was furious over being 10 times colder than the folk who were multiple levels above me, right? They were calling me to speak to the person who reported to the C-suite in a 200,000 person organization, right? And I'm having to ask them stupid questions like, so what is this going to translate in as far as comp? What is it translating into? And they looking dumbfounded, right? I love that you've always had the audacity of the mediocre white man to say, look, okay, y'all want me to do this right here? I'm gonna get it done and I'm out. I think that's so fire, man. And I admire you. I admire that you have had the ability to showcase that in front of whoever's been looking up to you, because I did it a different way and I led people a certain way, and now I'm trying to course correct and say, nah, girl, don't kill yourself. It ain't that deep. Super dope. Does anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, definitely. I think on the very opposite side, I have always been an above and beyond type of person for the simple fact that my background's in education. So, and my mindset, if I don't go above and beyond for my kids, no one's going to do so. And in that standpoint, I was working on the benefit of my school community and my children and my families, and I could really give a damn about anybody else that was involved in the process. But, you know, if you are an educator in a field of just service work, right, and you're working as a service, there's a lot of times where you are giving 200%. And if you ever, you know, if anyone has ever seen me in the school setting or seen me with my kids, they would always say, life is on 200. Life is on 200, because that's my normal everyday energy. But I started to notice when I came in at 100, just standard teacher, right? Standard counselor. Maybe I don't feel like being overjoyous today. Maybe something happened with me at home that I don't feel like I need to give a 200%. I just need to come in and do my job. Now everyone's looking at me like, what's wrong with you? What's the problem? Are you sad? Are you hurt? And I'm like, I'm just regular, like just doing the regular thing. Like, what is the problem? So this aspect of quiet quitting for me, even if I was to give you my personal background story of how I quiet quit into my own business, I was a teacher during the pandemic. I have been a educator for years, actually all of my life. During the pandemic, I was a technology teacher. And just to give you even further background, my school was the only school that had a tech program because I built it. Those students did not have access to technology. They did not know how to open and close a laptop, barely send an email. And this is a school that said that they were sending students to college preparatory high schools. It was in New York. Well, that mission doesn't line up with what you're saying you're giving little Black kids. So I went to my principal at the time. I said, our kids need to have a tech program. She says, who's going to teach it? I was the counselor at the time, the school counselor. And I said, I'll teach it. She's like, well, who's going to be their counselor? I said, you'll find another one, right? And I shifted myself into a whole nother position where I created this technology program. So fast forward to the pandemic, where there are 8 schools in this network, and my school is the only school that is ready to go into the pandemic because they know how to use Google Classroom. They know how to use Zoom. They know how to turn in their assignments because they've had his license in 5th grade. Now we're sitting here and the CEO calls my phone. I'll never forget this. She calls my phone and she says, hey, I heard that your school's doing a great job, you know, and all of the leaders attribute that to you and like how you worked with the kids and their tech. And we're super, super happy about that. Listen, I'm going to have to pull you from working in your classrooms, teaching 7th grade at the time. She says, I'm going to have to pull you from your classroom and I need you to move up. And I need you to come into the network and teach everybody else. I need you to do whatever you did for your school community for the rest of the 7 schools, where in a sense, right? And my very young, not really understanding what was going on brain, I said, wow, that's such a great honor, right? Like I get to now take my talents and show the rest of the school community what I'm doing. But we talk about how culturally we've been taught a specific thing, that you have to be twice as good to even level up to what they're doing, right? So I'm like, oh, this is my opportunity to show them I'm 4 times as good as what they're doing. Like I can do all this stuff. So she's literally moved me away from my classroom. And now my kids are no longer receiving technology courses, which they loved, right? It was probably their favorite, in all arrogance, their favorite class of the day. She's pulled me from that. And now I'm in 7 different schools, training principals, families, teachers, talking to their kids, making sure that they have what they need for tech. I was not compensated at all, right? And that hit me because, you know, my good old mama, she said, they paying you for this? I was like, no, but I mean, I'm not teaching. She was like, it doesn't matter. You're doing way more than your job description says you should be getting paid. And so the opportunity came. I don't know if you guys remember the education system got a buttload of money for the pandemic. And so what they decided was, okay, we're going to give bonuses to people that went above and beyond during the pandemic. That was the criteria. Teachers that went above and beyond will get a $5,000 bonus. So everyone knew I'm a shoo-in for that. Come on, baby. I've been attributed to saving the entire school during the pandemic, just with my talents and just with how I communicate with people. And we sit on that football field and my principal calls out 5 teachers and not one of them is mine. My name is not said at all in that space. And I sat there blank face. And you got all of my staff, all of my teachers looking at me, you okay? And it's like a trigger hitting my head. I was like, oh no, I'm good. I'm good. This is great. This is wonderful. Because what they didn't realize is God had already told me I needed to leave this job. He had already told me not just leave this school, but leave the education system. He said to me, even during that entire time, this is a year after, during that entire time, he said to me, do you see all that I have provided for you? Do you see how you're able to affect the masses? You can't do this within 4 walls. You got to leave. And of course, as we often do, I'm not listening. I'm like, God, I can't leave right now. Like I got stuff to do. Like I set up all these programs. Understand that I was such a force in any area that I was in, that I was creating spaces that I didn't feel like anyone could take over. So I had created social emotional learning classes. I created the girls basketball program, the tech program. I was a STEM researcher at the time. I was the DEI lead, was diversity and inclusion, telling white people how to treat our kids. My favorite thing to do during that time. I was doing all of this stuff that I was the lead on. And I was like, God, I can't just walk away from something I started. There's no one to take it over. And then that moment hit me and I was like, wow. They don't even care. They don't even care that I did all of this. And I'm sitting there, look, 27 years old, like, wow, okay. And I went home, I cried hard because I'm passionate about kids. I'm passionate about my families. And I had been with them for 6 years at this point. So when I say I was with my families, I'm auntie at this point. I'm big sister at this point. They still call me. I'm nowhere near where that school is, but I had to leave. And so I was like, what am I going to do? How am I going to I'm not just going to go and tell my principal I'm gone? Like, what am I supposed to do? And this is where quiet quitting started happening. I literally started doing just what my job said to do. I told that CEO, I said, I'm going back to my classroom. I'm going back to my kids and I'm going to teach my lessons. oh, we appreciate you so much. And you know, that little voice in my head, I'm like, your appreciation don't mean shit to me because my paycheck ain't changed, my bank account ain't changed, and y'all had an opportunity. And this is the real thing for me. Y'all had an opportunity to show me just how much you appreciated me. And you gave me your ass to kiss and said, that's what you're supposed to do anyway. Basically, is what I got. So I decided to quit, right? I wound up going to my principal the next week. I wound up talking to my support team, people that were close to me, trying to battle through those emotions, what I needed to do. And this one woman, I'll never forget, her name is Rachel. I sat down and I talked to her, and she was a diversity and inclusion lead at the time. I said, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, right? Like I love my kids. And she said, listen, I love this entire network. I love everything that you've been doing, but you know what you need to do. And anyone at this school that has been around you has been seeing the work that you've done. And if they question why you're leaving, you already know what time it is. You need to make the decision, and you just need to be honest about it. So I did. I went to my principal the next week and I told her, I said, listen, it's time for me to go. She's like, I felt it was coming. And of course, in my head, I'm like, bitch, what you mean you felt it was coming? Like, what you're saying is you didn't want me to be here anymore, right? But even through that action of quiet quitting, y'all know that when I left, half the other teachers left. Only maybe 3 other teachers that were still working with me at that time remained at the school. I don't think they're there anymore either at this point. But I get these messages like, thank you. Thank you for leaving. You leaving gave me the encouragement to leave. Like you literally, and they'll tell me like, I pulled a life today and said, F it, I'm gone. Like, because you realize that you're giving so much of your talent, and in a space like education, it'll be used. It'll be used until you're dry in the ground, till you can't do anymore. And now they're looking at you like, what do you mean you're depressed? What do you mean you can't come to work? What do you mean you're not eating? You're doing such great work with these kids. But I'm still a human, and I still have other things outside of this job, which I needed in that mindset to recognize this is a job. This is not my life. That sometimes when you become a teacher, when you're working in that kind of area, you forget that this school building is an institution. It's a place for me to get money. This is a place for me to sustain my life. Even though my passion is working with younger humans and making this thing happen, I still have to sustain myself. So I left, and I would say it was the best decision I ever made for my life, because now the same thing that God told me, I'm bigger than these 4 walls. I'm now able to take all that energy I was given to one area to the masses at this point. I work with nonprofits and schools across the United States, building their tech curriculum, building their teachers, giving them what they need that I could not in that one silos community do at the level that I'm doing right now. But it took for me to quietly quit and then loudly quit.
I say. And you know, and y'all drop ones in the chat if we're telling your stories, right? Like, this is in healthcare, this is in education, this is in music, this is in corporate. Like, we could go on, this is in nonprofit, right? Like, this is a system, baby. This is a system. We have been cargo, we have been cattle, we have been tools. Like, this is a system, right? They think we can't feel pain, so we dying more than anybody giving, you know, like, exposure you can't boil exposure in water and feed your family with it, right? Like, the CEO knowing your name does not translate into money in your bank account. That stuff does not matter. It does not matter. And we have to decide, like Rakita said, to have a life. Like, it's about more than surviving, bro. Like, are you spending time with your babies? Are you healthy for real? Do you have relationships with people? Are you smelling the roses? Are you going on vacation? Like, we're not tools. Like, this is birthright stuff. This is not even like extraordinary. This is birthright stuff. Love it, ladies. I know we have a lot to cover. Tamara, before I go, I want to see, do you have anything you want to add, or are you good, mama?
Yes, absolutely. Really quick. When it comes to quiet quitting, you're really protecting your mental health. So before you start thinking about somebody else, think about yourself. I know it's hard to say because like we are naturally care for everyone else, but you can only care so much. You can only do so much for everyone else. And what happens when your cup is empty? Who's going to fill that cup for you? You have to make sure that your cup is at least halfway full if you're going to still, give to anyone else. But when I think of quiet quitting, just think about your peace, think about your health, your mental health. You got to stay sane for this world, you know.
I say, yeah, rest is an act of tactical warfare. Like how you gonna beat the system and you burnt out and tired? Like y'all better get yours. Listen. Okay, love it. So I want to turn up the heat a little bit. Many of us were raised in homes where we were taught how to navigate, this unfair world, right? This world that bends to white supremacy, right? And after the anger and reflecting, I realized like my parents, my grandparents, my great grandparents were just trying to keep me alive, right? Like they were just trying to make sure my Black brothers came home, so they weren't trying to make us cower down. They were just trying to keep us alive. But many of us have decided today, right? And things have changed, right? Not that they're necessarily better, they're just different, right? Things are a little more discreet, right? So given that we are radical in different ways today, I want to ask you all a very pointed question. Do you believe that Black women can afford to quiet quit? And if we do, are we paying a price that's too high or not at all? I'm gonna say it again. So do you believe that Black women can? Let's start with you, Kayla. Uh-oh, did I cut out?
Yeah, repeat your sentence again.
Froze.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you believe that Black women can afford to quiet quit, right? And if we do you believe that the price we pay will be much too high or not at all? Kayla, we'll start with you.
I believe that Black women can do whatever you want to do. I don't believe that there's a price to be paid. I think that a Black woman that has full understanding and control over her own power can take over anything. Right. So this aspect of quiet quitting, naturally, when we go into any space, we take up the space, right? And someone is trying to dumb us down and make sure that we are not as big, not as powerful, not as strong or as intelligent as we are presenting ourselves to be. But if you are a Black woman that understands her power, understands what she comes to the table with, understands that she can rock this entire thing and walk away and the ship will fall. You can do absolutely anything at this point, right? I think that this aspect of white supremacy that we are breaking at this point, right? And even from the way that we talk, the way we dress, how our hair looks, how we present ourselves on the job is all built and rooted in white supremacy. And so when it comes down to it, everything that we do, we have to take that first thought and say, is this something that I need to do to survive? Or is this something that someone is placing on me to hold me back? Right? I'll even take the aspect of just myself. I am very much so tatted up. I have tattoos all over my body. I'm usually coming with very, very bright or extravagant colored hair. Y'all see me at a toned down state today, but it's either big red, big blues, big oranges, big pinks, because that's how I express myself. But I can also remember a time where the older generation didn't necessarily understand that, didn't understand how you could stand in front of children and look this way. And my real pushback was, I look like the people they see on TV. I look like they friends. I look like the people they aspire to be, and I connect with your kids. So there's no reason why my appearance, if it is not, it's professional to white supremacy standards, is what I like to tell my kids, right? And it's like what I message out to people. So when you're doing this aspect of quiet quitting and you're thinking about, can I even do this? You have to look at what you're really talented in. There's something that I teach my clients called transferable skills. Everything that you're doing at your job right now is not so that you can build that organization up. You got to move your mindset from that. Everything you're doing in your 9-to-5 right now is a skill that you are building. Think of it like a video game. Right? The more that you work at something, the more skill points you get. The more skill points you get, the more you advance the skill, right? Now, you're not working this one job because you're going to stay here for the rest of your life, or at least you shouldn't. You should be working in to say, oh, I just learned something new and I'm good at this. What can I do with this now? Where can I take this skill now? How much farther can I advance it? And understanding it might not be at the space that you're in right now. I don't shame anyone that works a 9-to-5 or works in a corporate position or wants to do that with their life, because some people, that is what it's built for. It's for you to thrive, but also understanding that unless you are in a position where you can make your own decisions, you're always going to be at the whim of whoever's organization that is. So can you quiet quit? Can you, say, I'm going to take my talents back and do what's best for me? Absolutely. Will it be detrimental to you? It depends on what your mindset is. If you're in a space that says, okay, if these people cannot just take me doing what my job description is, and I've got to work harder for no pay, then you already know what time it is. You got to get up out of there. You've got to go right now, quick, fast, in a hurry. But if you are in an organization that caters to you as a human being, as a Black woman, and understands it's not performative, right? Because they all gonna cater in a performance standpoint, but always looking at how I can improve this Black woman sitting next to me, then of course, let your talent shine. Go ahead and give them a little bit more if you are safe there. But you really have to understand what your safety looks like, both physically, mentally, and in your career field.
That's good. And I think that's a good insertion to this conversation, right? Like we can't talk about Black women quiet quitting and not talking about respectability politics, right? And not talk about Black exceptionalism that kills us, right? Because at the end of the day, even if it's not professional, it's just white culture. Even if you decide to try to scrub off the culture, right? And reflect theirs, right? Because they said that British suits are better, right? Because they said that slick hair is better, because they said that these movies are better than Boys in the Hood, right? That does not mean that you are more respected, that you're less Black, that you're less marginalized. So I love that. Like, that is exactly why I'm like, when people, I don't care if it's a $250,000 deal, well, I'm coming to a fintech company to shake some shit up, right? I come looking like I look. White boys in Silicon Valley do, right? Like, I don't got to prove nothing to nobody. I come with my Southern twang. I know how to talk very, very, very smooth and even, right? But I don't change that anymore, right? Because I'm dope, I'm cold. It's your loss if I don't feel safe up in here because I'm out, right? I think that's so important to insert in this because we got to stop performing too, right? If we really gonna take up the space that is important. Anyone else have anything to add on this question around, can Black women afford to quiet quit?
Yeah. Did you have something to add, Tamara? Okay, I think, is there a price to be paid for Black women to quiet quit? I think so. We don't all have the same desires. I know that due to Black exceptionalism, I thought that my goal was to be the HBIC. And once I started supervising like 40-something people who did 3 to 4 different roles, and I seen how that felt, that's not a lifestyle that I wanted. But for some of us, that's a lifestyle that we want. And not only that, we need some folks at the top making decisions at other institutions, other companies, other areas in life that affect other people of color. So we do need more folks at the top. If that is your motivation, I wouldn't do it because of Black exceptionalism alone, or just being taught that you needed to be twice as better. We don't need to go up. I think I heard someone say, we don't need to go up. We can just vector out. So if your goal is to vector out, absolutely quietly quit. If your goal is to go up that corporate ladder, I would suggest setting some boundaries around when you do decide to do a little extra. Because quiet quitting is doing your job. And it is okay to be great within the parameters of your job. But leadership, no matter where you go, is looking for people who go above and beyond. So maybe you put that on your calendar when you go above and beyond. Maybe you're going to plan a Christmas party and that's your above and beyond that year, right? You pick and choose. You quietly quit during the down times of your organization. So finding that balance that works for you. But if we are quiet quitting, who's moving up? Who's moving up? Because even in your own organizations, you look for people who got your back. You look for people that every time you throw them the ball, they got you. It's like that in any other business. So the Black woman trying to be vice president, CEO somewhere, figure out when and how you're gonna quiet quit, but you can't do it all day, every day, because we need you.
I love the diversity of perspective, right? Yeah, like when they taught us how to play the game, you are basically saying there are rules to that shit, right? Like regardless of what we decide to do, right? There are rules to that shit. Now, I do believe that the rules are different for white men versus Black women, right? I think that that's a huge gap. I do, because I've seen it in corporate, right? It is who you know. They can be dumb as a doorknob. I stand on that with both feet, 10 toes down. They can be dumb as a doorknob, but because who they know, they can occupy that space. And very smart people that they hire will get the job done. And that's not been the case thus far for Black women. As a matter of fact, she has to be triple sure that when she hires other Black folk, that they off the chain so that she don't lose her job. Like, it's the playing field ain't good, right? And so I agree. Like, that is what we are living in today. Like, to make Forbes list and all these other things, like, we have to be exceptional. I would just say that I think the goalposts have to change, right? Like, I think that when we are standing up, 17% of all Black women today are starting new businesses. 17%. That number is as of February 2022. Okay, that's almost 1 in 5. So that means that we Black women specifically, I'm not just talking about the Black race. That means that Black women specifically have an opportunity to create new culture. You know, like, where we give raises because you cold, like your creativity is cold, not because you bled in your knuckles for me, right? Where I'm gonna make provisions for you because you're having a baby, right? Like, not because you have preeclampsia and you about to die, you know, like, I think because we're the fastest growing demographic of entrepreneurs in the entire country of the United States, right? 42% of all new businesses created by women every day are started by Black women. Like, these numbers are correct. Like, I hope y'all know that this is unprecedented, right? Like, we actually have the opportunity to create our own culture and literally say y'all are irrelevant. Like, literally, what minority? Who, what, how? Show me that. Show me the statistics, right?
Can I add to your point really quick? Because you even bringing that up, that we have the ability to create our own culture right now, that is so powerful for you to say. It's even more confirmation for me that I need to keep doing what I'm doing, for the simple fact that Rebrandland alone, I'm just taking this one organization. I have 6 executives, okay? 6 people on my team that I feel like are on my same level. There is no tier system. We're in a round table circle when we handle our clients, right? But these 6 different executives, they have their own business. And I actually encourage that they still work on their own business while they're partnering with me in Rebrandland. Because the way that my mindset works and breaking up that, oh, we can't all rise to the top at the same time, and if you work with me, you can't work nowhere else. And now there's this new term called overemployment. What the hell does that even mean? You're overemployed and you're spending too much time with other places. I don't believe in that. And so what I told my executives is, and when we have our next upcoming meeting, like, I want you to continue to work on your own business. And if you need my help, I got you. Because the area that and the culture that I'm building around the business is that this piece of land, Rebrandland, this piece of rebranding, you can go in and work with our copywriter. You can go in and work with our CFO. You can go in and work with our graphic designer, work with all these individuals, and understand that if you don't want to use the Rebrandland package, they got their own business and you could just use them individually. Because what I'm doing is putting money back into their pocket, back into their business, and then putting money back into mine. There's an easy way to figure out how to build our own culture. And I'll tell you that when I presented this idea to a white man, he's like, so they're just going to steal all your money. I was like, yeah, you don't get it. You don't get it. Because my team has integrity, my team has honesty, my team is going to make sure that no matter what happens with them, it's also happening with me, and we're just transferring that energy over. Because what we've been taught is that you can't work in this one position and I can't be CEO here and CEO there and CEO there. I can't be, this person here and for this organization and for this one because of competition. All of that's fake. All of it's fake, because at the end of the day, whoever chooses Rebrandland, they found themselves here. If they choose somebody else, they found themselves there. And it does not take it out of my pocket, because they were never meant to be a client of mine in the first place. Do you get what I'm saying? So I love the fact that you even brought up that aspect of we have the ability right now to change our culture, to do something completely different. I sat down in a team meeting just last night and said the same thing with the school that I'm building. I said, every aspect of what you thought a school was, throw it away because we're not doing that here. And so now with us having a clean slate, just a blank canvas, we're going to take all of our skills and all of our knowledge and put it here and build a brand new school, build something completely different. So I love that. Thank you for even bringing that up and giving me that confirmation that I'm on the right track.
Ashe, sis. Ashe. The goalposts have to move. Like, we can't perpetuate white supremacy. That's wild if we do. Dope.
I kind of want to interject really quick because, like, I want people to understand that it's all about perspective. So if you feel like, okay, I'm going to lose something if I quiet quit, then that's just what's going to happen in your mind. But if you feel like you're going to gain something by quiet quitting, then you're going to gain a lot. But when you do these 9 to 5s, understand that you're going to be in a cage. You might find people that can help, but automatically you're going to be in a cage. Compared to entrepreneurship, you're going to meet a lot of people that want to help you, but they have to see you and understand that you need help. So once you quiet quit, a lot of people are going to acknowledge you and see you for the brand that you created compared to you working for someone else. They're just going to see you a part of their brand, like someone else's brand, not yours.
And I take that to mean, I think that's good, right? Like, what do you want to do in exchange? Like, our auntie Maxine said, reclaiming my time. Like, yeah, like, what are you going to do with that energy you get back, with that time you get back, with that clarity you get back, with that, and I think we're seeing a migration. I haven't seen numbers on Black women yet, but there was the great resignation during the pandemic, right, where a lot of people quit when entrepreneurship. That is reversing. Again, I haven't seen the numbers on Black women specifically, but I can see it anecdotally that Black women too, right, are going back because they need that extra capital, right, to fund their businesses, et cetera. And so I think that's really good to keep in mind, right? Like, when we go back, if you still believe in this brand, if you still believe in this vision, if this is just a means to an end, don't work yourself to the bone and then your business flop. Like, remember what you're doing it for, right? Because energy is currency too, right? It's, I would say, a higher form of currency than green. Love that. Thank you, Tamara. So I already mentioned, right, that 17% of Black women are starting or running new businesses. So these are not mature businesses. These are not in the growth stage. These are like brand new. And so for those who are in the audience listening, right, who are at that beginning stage, right, can you ladies please share some of the things that you've gained, right, in entrepreneurship for yourselves outside of the 9 to 5? Let's kick it back to you, Tamara. What have you gained in entrepreneurship outside of the 9 to 5?
I've gained patience, ironically, a lot of knowledge, and another thing that I've gained was just experience. You're not going to get the same experience working a 9 to 5 compared to doing entrepreneurship. Once you jump into the entrepreneurship, you're going to meet a lot of people. You're going to get invited to a lot of events, and you just have to break out that shell and just be like, you know what, just go for it. And that's what I did. I just go for it. I just run, because once you do, like, when you're doing a 9 to 5, you can't run as fast as you want to. Compared to entrepreneurship, you can time yourself. Okay, I'm going to get this done at this time. I'm going to get this done at that time. But it's all at your own pace. It's the best experience ever, honestly.
Ashe, love that. Kayla, what would you add?
Peace of mind. I gained the ability to live so far outside the box and let everything that I am talented in shine and be profitable in it. Like, I say often that I realized very quickly into entrepreneurship that my passion wasn't my calling. I'm passionate about kids, but I'm not called to be there. My calling is to create spaces. And so now in entrepreneurship, I'm doing just that. I'm creating spaces. I'm working with visionaries and legacy builders that, needed someone similar to me that needed just someone to say, hey, write that down. This is what the pathway is. This is what the strategy is. This is how you can get it. You know what? I know someone that knows someone that can get you to where you need. Like, here's your connection. Here's your network. I gained community. There's a community that I didn't even know that was out there, and I speak about this often, especially if those that are in the crowd that are transitioning teachers. Listen, if you are transitioning out of education, the first thing you need to do is find a community, Find people that are doing similar to the same things as you, because you're going to feel very lonely. It's very different from going into a school building every day, seeing the same teachers, same kids, same families. You know exactly what's going on there. Now you're in the big open world and you're like, so what am I supposed to do? Find a group. Find a group of individuals that you can merge with, right? And you might not even stick with that group because that's what growth feels like, right? That might be the group that you're in for that time period. At this point, I've been full-time entrepreneurship for going on 3 years. And at this point, I've been in so many different groups, so many different communities, met so many dope, amazing people that are super, super talented and doing things I have never even heard of before, because my present community or my past community did not expose me to those type of things. So now I feel like I'm going through what I took my kids through, exposing them. So now I'm getting all this exposure to all these different talents, things I didn't know existed, people that are building indestructible books. Like, what is that? Like, how is that even a thing? And I think that it's amazing, but I also gained a lot of clarity on what my real goal here on this planet is, like what God has me here to do and what he has me here to be. What I thought in the past was, and oftentimes, you know, a lot of us going into that 9-to-5 world may think this as well. This is what we've been taught. I got to do something that's going to make me money and get a 401k and do this to keep my family afloat. When that's not the goal. The goal is to really, truly build generational wealth with my talents and my skills. And that generational wealth doesn't mean that it lasts for this generation or my kids or their kids. This is for my grandbabies' babies. Like, I'm doing this to make sure that when my grandbabies, babies, cousins come up, they can do whatever and have whatever pathway they want and not have to fall into this mindset that I've got to go into a 9-to-5 to survive, that I've got to do this to make some money. But they great grandmother, Kayla Life, set this up so that they can live just amongst the rest of them and having a choice on what they want to do. And oftentimes, even in our culture, we're not presented with a choice. We're not presented with an option. Even when it's coming to, you know, going into higher education, going to college, doing this. I know many of us, you know, similar to my own story, college wasn't an option. It's what you did. Like, you went to school, you graduated, you went to college, you got a job, and that was it. There was no other pathway for you. When that's not necessarily the truth. I can only think about if someone catered to my entrepreneurial spirit that I've had since I was a child, you know, that they called what they call me a Jamaican hustler is what they call me. Y'all, I'm not Jamaican at all. There's just stereotypes. Like, you see where that comes from. Even our own people place that stereotype on us. Why? Because I was realizing at a very young age that I could not, there were so many things that I wanted to put my hands on. There's so many things that I was good at and talented at that someone was telling me, you can't do all of that right now. You've got to do one thing. And now here I am in my 30s doing everything I'm talented in. I'm an author. I love tech. I'm diving deep into that. I love design. I'm diving deep into that. I love coaching. I do that. I do all of that. And I'm not burnt out. I'm not stressed out. I do have moments where I'm like, oh, I got to take a break. It's exhausting, right? But that is time that I've given myself, and no one's telling me you can only take a break during fall break. You can only take a break during winter break. Oh, you've got this PTO. Make sure you don't use it on a day that is a blackout day for us because we've got testing. I can do that whenever I feel like it. And so now complete peace of mind. I know I'm doing everything that I've been called to do. And every time that I have, I'm letting it shine because it's important to me.
Ashe, that's good. And Rakita, what about you? What have you gained in entrepreneurship outside of the 9-to-5?
The things I gained are things that I had glimpses of in my 9-to-5, especially with my flexible schedules, but I didn't realize that I didn't like fully have it into entrepreneurship. I gained ownership over my time. Like, I have the pleasure and privilege of being present in my life. Whatever that means for the day, the moment, or whatever, and being present with my family. I have ownership over my creativity. Like, there are no no's, okay? If I green light it, I green light it. So that feels really good because I've started a co-working community. Like you said, Kayla, you need a community of folks when you transition out of that 9-to-5. So just even having the creativity to create Kinfolk Collective for business owners of color. And I always feel like I'm getting paid what I'm worth. Even if I decide to go off of the price sheet, there's a reason why I went lower for this organization or this group or these people. Like, so I never feel like, I feel like at work, I always was like, I'm not getting paid for this shit. That's not my ministry and that's not my lane. That was always at work. You know what I mean? And that's not it now. Like, I left my full-time job in May this year and I haven't missed a paycheck. You know what I mean? I always feel like I'm getting paid what I'm worth. And no matter what no matter what the price is, everyone's always going to get a quality product from me because my best is different every day. And because I have ownership over my time, I can schedule and get things done in a way that feels good for me and feels good for my strengths. And that is never anything that I had in a 9-to-5. Even when I thought I had a flexible schedule, it wasn't nothing on it. It ain't had nothing on this.
I love that. And I love the way you ladies smile when you talk about, what you have, holding with both hands, right? In entrepreneurship. Yeah, I see myself in all of your stories, and I say, what it was for me or what it is for me is freedom, like true freedom. Like, my mental health has never been better, and I've struggled with mental health, my ability to be present, like Rakita is saying, my ability to build things that last beyond me, like Kayla is saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's beautiful. My mom was murdered when she was 21. I was 1, right? And my granddaddy, he was hard working, smart like my mama, you know what I'm saying? And my mama like him, but he killed himself. He literally worked himself to death. And I literally saw myself in this. I thought about when the heart attack was going to come because I'm working so many hours. I thought about, when I was going to have a mental episode that I couldn't come back from because I kept pushing myself past my limits, right? And like, to now feel free, to now take a month off, calendar closed, go to an exotic country I've never been in before, and just, I know I can, to know that I can take many retirements every 3 years and take a year or 2 or 3 off, like, it is beautiful. So I say to what y'all are saying. And Tamara, I love that you started this off with the community aspect, because so many people still today, right, like, still feel isolated and alone in entrepreneurship. And y'all, we got to stop fronting. We got to stop faking until we make it. Like, we got to lead with vulnerability. I know that safe spaces are out there. Like, ask for what you need. Say, I don't know what the hell going on. Say, I'm staying up at night because I don't know where the dollars gonna come from, right? So that people can hug on you and love on you, man. So good, ladies. And man, I'm sad that this is wrapping. This feels like some warm chocolate cake with ice cream on the side. Y'all are so dope. So the theme of the summit, right, is no longer my burden, right? And it's very closely aligned, I would say, with this concept of quiet quitting, especially when you think about what it can mean in the context of our personal lives and businesses, right? So what boundaries would you say that you've started to set in order inside of your business to protect your own well-being? Rakita, let's start with you.
Girl, how much time you got? I'm the queen of boundaries. I will tell you no first and then circle back around if my energy changes, okay? But one of my very firm boundaries is I don't work on Mondays. I don't accept meetings on Mondays. I don't set reoccurring things on Mondays. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I schedule CEO days. I'm a part of this group called Speaking for Profit, and it really just focuses on how to build a scalable, profitable business and also maintain rest and restoration and balance, So I have CEO days where I just conquer my admin things. So Casey, I can't wait to start conquering them financials since I've been doing the free founder webinar series. And I have wellness CEO days where I just focus on the personal well-being of the CEO in my life, which is me. So I had a wellness CEO day this Wednesday, and I had an in-home massage, and I read, and I connected with a friend. So that feels good. And I don't work on Saturdays unless it's an event or something. Like I absolutely do not work on Saturdays. And because I have the co-working group, I have designated times throughout the month that are on a calendar where I work. Folks can pull up and join me, but if no one shows up, I still got them 4 hours to just knock my stuff out. And being social with friends, like sometimes, depending on who it is, I'm like, my firm boundary is I'm bringing my laptop. Like I can create this Canva presentation while we talk. Like I got to be able, it got to be a twofer type of situation. I love you, sis, but I got to be able to put this flyer together while you give me the tea. You feel me? Like give me the tea and then let me work on my project. So those are some of the boundaries that I've put in so that folks know, like, if we had a family picnic, we picnicking all day, my iPad is coming. I gotta look at some analytics real quick because I could do these at the same time. Like we've been told they have to be mutually exclusive, and I'm not trying to be like in my stuff like you see on the movies, just but I can have a sangria and work on this presentation and have a conversation with you. So having really firm boundaries around when I'm working and when I'm not working and how work looks for me is, I'm not bending on it.
Love that. You so dope, sis. You so dope. Love that. Tamara, what about you? What boundaries have you set in your business?
Let me tell you something. When I first started my entrepreneurship journey, I could not balance the being the Tamara for everyone else and being the CEO for my business. So one thing for certain that I set that boundary on is my business has to come first, because I have a goal, I have a vision, I have a mission for my, not only my brand, but this is perpetual. I have to give something to my kids. So I used to always beat myself up because they're like, hey, we're going to turn up, we're going to the party tonight. And I'm like, no, I need to work my business. So that boundary was like, yo, I can't hang with my friends, my family like the way I used to, and just being always there for them, because I'm like, I have to be there for my business now. So it's just like, you can not have a boundary. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, days be slipping. You see, this month alone is already gone. So when you decide to just be like, okay, you want to be that person for someone else and just be there for them and listen. And another thing, the boundary is when phone calls. If it's not about the business or perpetuating the business, making sure it goes through, because I know a lot of people want to vent to you. I don't know about y'all, but I got a vent to me on my forehead. You got to put a stop to that. Any gossiping, any venting, you have to just be like, no, boundary mode, because that is tiring. That is time consuming. You know, those conversations be lasting for like 45 minutes to an hour to like 2 hours, you know what I'm saying? Just because they want to talk about their life. And it's like, it's not like you don't care for them or care about their life, but them 2 hours would have meant a lot to your business compared to you having a conversation with whoever, you know? So you have to be like, yo, this business has to come first. No offense to you. If it is important, talk to me on the weekend. But don't schedule your times to yourself and for your business. And also like self-care as well. You really got to place a boundary for that. If you don't take care of yourself, it's going to show in your business. It's going to show it. You looking chaotic and crazy, that business is going to look chaotic and crazy. So when you really need to focus on that boundary, and it's okay to say no. Hey, can you do this for me? No, I can't. I actually can't do it because I'm doing something else right now, especially if you already have that schedule planned for yourself. It's okay to say no. They'll be okay. They ask someone else. It's okay.
It's funny. When I went to entrepreneurship, the number of calls I got in the middle of the day, especially from a family, like, you don't got no job, girl, let me tell you. I'm like, love that. And then Kayla, what about you? What boundaries have you set in your business?
I think that even the theme of the conference being no longer my burden, the thing that keeps ringing for me is that I'm no longer the burden of other people's perception. So whatever you've perceived me to be before I stepped into this entrepreneurship journey, or even beforehand, I'm not that. I am exactly who I am, and as Kayla J. Life, the main character of this story. And with me being the main character of my story, my boundaries look like me setting heavy boundaries with myself first. right? Like I am an overworker. I am someone that will like go very, very hard, especially if you have a vision for the way your business is supposed to go. You find yourself not even breaking away from the vision sometimes. But in those aspects of even God, even Jesus had to go into the desert and be alone in silo. And sometimes I need that too. So boundaries I've set for myself. I realized as an educator, I was graced with spring break, fall break, winter break, all these different breaks that were planned into my schedule. So I knew exactly when I could shut off, when I can like be with my family, when I can go and do that. As an entrepreneur, I was in charge of that. So naturally I set none because I was going very hard into my vision and my business and what I was doing. And as my good friend Jasmine said, she said, "You normalized your burnout and that's not okay." And I was like, damn, you in my business? You right. And so I sat down and I said, all right, now that I'm planning out, if you are an entrepreneur, you're thinking about taking this to the next level, if you're really building a legacy, you should be planning by the year, not by the quarter. So I plan by the year, and my year looks like every month I have a week to myself. And I call it my blackout week. It's the week that I do nothing but what I want to do. I don't set terms for what that week looks like. I don't say, oh, I'm just not going to touch it. This is whatever I want to do in this week. If I decide I want to pick up something for Rebrand Land, I'll do that. If I decide that I want to just kick it and play video games all day, I'll do that too. Like, it just depends on how I feel. But that's my week of just complete choice. Because I'm a service provider, because I am giving a lot of my energy and time 300% to my clients and my business and their legacies, I have to take that week to myself. Very similar to Rakita, I also don't work on Mondays. I don't work on Sundays, right? You got me from Tuesday to Saturday, maybe, right? Because sometimes Saturday, I'll go ahead and knock that off, and maybe I've done too much that week. But that's for me to say, hey, this is just my time to get back in life. I don't speak to nobody before 11 o'clock at all. I am a morning person, but I'm a morning person for me. I'm not a morning person for other people. So I realized that going into entrepreneurship, that wow, I was so high energy because I was in the school and the kids needed to see me excited and happy at 7 a.m. But don't nobody need to see that from me. I can relax, right? Like if I want to do what I need to do, I just want to talk with myself and maybe the dog for a second, and then I'm good, right? Like I don't want to do nothing else. Another boundary that I set is making sure, and this is probably something that a lot of other people have experienced, as even though we sit at a round table, I'm still the leader of the ship, right? I'm letting nobody play with my team, period. I'm letting no one come in and talk to them crazy. It doesn't happen here, because I recognize that even as a 9-to-5 worker working in education, one of the things I always wanted from my leadership team was someone to have my back, because you knew that I was doing what was right, right? But you were so afraid of what the families would say, what the other parents would say, that I always fell to the back burner when I was just doing the right thing. So now I make sure if you got a strife with someone on my team, or you didn't like the way something went, come see me. Talk to me, right? I don't give them that battle, because I don't feel like it's their battle to fight. As someone that is in support of them, I'm not going to let anybody ever play with them or their business or their brand or their work ethic, which is what keeps them around, because they know at the end of the day, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to make sure that you do what needs to be done, right? But I'm also not going to let anyone that is disgruntled for whatever reason come into this place and tear your name down because they had a bad day that day. You know what I'm saying? So I make sure that with my team. Another boundary that I set is making sure that I do reconnect with my family. I am a overworker, as I keep stating, like I do a lot. I'm always on 200, 300%. And so, my clients laugh at me because if you see me bopping around, it's because I have like 7 different screens in front of me. My ADHD allows me to do that. But my clients will say, like, how many screens are you looking at today? And I'm like, just only 3 of them on today. Or it's only 7 of them on today. But it does keep me here. It keeps me here at my desk because I can get so much done at one time. Now I've learned that at 7 o'clock when the sun goes down, I'm in Atlanta, y'all. Sun goes down around 7 around these parts. When the sun goes down, I'm down. No more computer. No more any of these screens. I've moved away from this because it's a boundary and an act of discipline I needed to set. I don't need to be here all hours of the day to get something done, because essentially what I'm doing is wearing my brain down. And everything, I need this. This is my moneymaker up here in this cranium. This is what's going to keep the ship floating. This is going to keep my clients happy. If this is not working, I'm no good to anybody. So I have to shut that entire thing down. And I learned that from a fast that I went on. I realized that around like 7 o'clock, I am exhausted. I am ready to go to bed. I am ready to reconnect. I then realized at that point, oh, wow, you probably need to eat food today. You need to go do this. You need to go do that. So making sure that I honor myself in those manners, but also the boundary that I set is honoring my own emotions. I think a lot of us, even as Black women, we're thinking to talk, we're over emotional or not emotional enough, or the main emotion that's placed on us is aggressive. I'm all those things. I'm aggressive. I'm aggressive about this work. I'm aggressive about what I do. I'm passionate about what I do. I'm compulsive. All of those are a piece of who I am. And I'm breaking away from that negative connotation that people put on those words and placed on me to make me feel like I had to operate in one setting. So if I'm sitting in a meeting with a client and I feel emotional, I'm going to cry. And I encourage my clients to do the same. There's no longer a space where you have to hide who you are, because that's not what it means to be the main character. Being the main character means catering to who exactly you are. I'm emotional. I cry. I get upset. There's things that happen. The only problem that comes into play is if I try to make my emotion somebody else's emotion. I'll now put that on them. Now, because I'm upset, you've got to be upset. Or now because I'm happy, you've got to be happy. That's not the truth. I can live and exist in everything that I feel. I can deal with it, and I can move on with it. Right. And that's no longer a point where I was working in a 9 to 5, I'm standing in front of the classroom like, oh, wow, I can't cry right now. I can't cry right now. I've got to get someone to get in my class. I got to go run out real quick, because emotions hit us very quickly. Sometimes there is no rhyme or reason. Baby, I could have looked at something out the window, would have reminded me of something that happened when I was 3 years old. Now I want to cry, right? And I can do that in my setting now. I take time to honor how I feel, because real talk, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, entrepreneurship is nothing but a healing journey. It is a journey to heal all of those things that have been placed on you from a child till now. And now you're recognizing in your full strength, in your full power, just who you are. And so I had to sit with myself and say, well, who am I? I'm passionate, but I am emotional. You know, I had someone that for 6 years working at that school made fun of me every time I cried. And of course, it had me like, dang, I can't be emotional until that last point, that quiet quitting, when that happened. She said it to me one more time. I said, I'm going to cry because I feel like crying. Something sad just happened. Something happy just happened, and I feel like shedding a tear. And this is who I am. So I'm going to do it. Watch. And I proceeded to cry, right? Because that was me taking my own power back. But this is what entrepreneurship is. It's about healing, getting in tune with who you are, and taking control over your life.
Ashe, so beautiful. Thank you, ladies, for being vulnerable enough to share, right, what boundaries you had to put in place to protect your well-being. So we have to mosey on out of here. The time has wound down. I appreciate each of you for sharing your individual perspectives, your journeys, right? The things you're still working on. And in closing, I would ask that each of you share 3 words, just 3 words that you would like to leave with entrepreneurs who are listening, who are trying to establish boundaries for their own well-being. Right? What 3 words would you leave for entrepreneurs who are trying to establish boundaries for their own well-being? Rakita.
I am important.
Ashe, 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 Ashe. Good. Samara.
I am enough.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. And Kayla.
Faith, truth, and passion.
Ashe. So good, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us. You are love, you are light, you should be protected at all costs. If I got anything to do with it, I sure damn will. Thank you so much for being with us today. Everyone listening, keep it locked. We have more where this has come from. Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Queens from every corner of the earth, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining today. I am Crystal Page Hyman. I help entrepreneurs cultivate their intuition, creativity, clarity, so that they can have the confidence to build the life and career of their dreams. And this year's Blaze Summit theme, woo, no longer my burden, not my problem. We are unburdening ourselves. Okay, I'm just so thrilled about this summit and what it means for us and what we'll be doing together. This year's Blaze Summit theme is no longer my burden. Hashtag not my problem. See, the thing that gets tricky when burdens are something that we actually asked for, something that we prayed for, when the responsibility, the thing that is weighing you down, that has you under pressure, is the very thing that you prayed for. You asked to be the boss. You asked for your own business. You begged for the opportunity to leave corporate America, to be the captain of your own ship. You asked for more clients. You asked for more money. You asked for, I'm going to touch the subject. Yes, you asked for a nice husband and you asked for beautiful children. But with those things, we come acquainted with the pressure of maintaining them. Right? Sis, am I talking to you? Do you know what I'm talking about? We almost always end up at the intersection of Burnt Out Boulevard and Overwhelmed Lane. If that's you, go ahead and say, that's me. Put it in the chat. Yep, that's me. We're all guilty of this. And in today's workshop, we're going to focus on making space to sustain the blessing so that when you get it, it doesn't become a burden. We make space by doing what is called self-cultivation. And with self-cultivation is how we build capacity. See, I work as a corporate trainer and a talent development consultant in the tech industry. And one of the things that they do in tech when they're promoting new leaders is they do a capacity assessment. They see if this individual has the proven experience to manage large, complex teams and organizations. And one of the things that I took from that, like, wow, capacity. We currently manage our lives as entrepreneurs, career women, mothers, life partners, wives, caregivers. Come on. We do so much and we look good while we're doing it a lot of the time. That takes capacity to manage your life and all your blessings. Now, do you want to learn how to build some capacity? Drop a I'm ready in the chat if you're ready to just dive in, because I'm going to give you my all. I'm going to give you my best in today's workshop. That's my goal. So let's just go right ahead and I'm going to share with you all of the slides. And today I just want to give you everything that you need for you to go forward and be successful. So today, again, the name of our talk is When Blessings Become Burdens. And the subtitle here would be How to Build Capacity When Our Bandwidth Seems Broken. All right. So let's just go right ahead. Now, my name is Crystal Page. I have my own consulting company. I want to show you a little bit of who I am because I think it's important. Whenever we're in an adult learning environment, it's very important for us to know who we are learning from and why we should even listen. So I am a Jamaican American, Howard University graduate, business owner of my own consulting and coaching firm. Outside of talent development consulting, I have another job I call my real job. Okay, this is where you'll find out about my manager and assistant manager, my manager being my 3-year-old daughter and the assistant manager being my husband. I am very aware of how much capacity it takes to build a life, not only for family, but also for career, for your work, for your business, for your multiple streams of income. Amen. It takes a lot. Well, I started my coaching career with this lady right here. This is Hay House author Jennifer Grace, who's responsible for helping me get my foot in the door with coaching and consulting. And I've had a wonderful career. I absolutely adore Tony Robbins. Hello, do you see him right there? Come on, Tony. I am into personal development, leadership, and self-help books. My favorite motivational speaker, one of them is right here, is Tony Robbins. The other is Les Brown. And I aspire to be a prominent voice one day in this field of personal development. And just so that you know a little bit about me, any Beyonce fans, give me a couple fire emojis if you are a part of the Beehive and have, you know, respect and love for the Queen Bee. That's definitely important to preface here as I give you a little bit about who I am. So the thing that I do, the problem that I help solve is entrepreneur mental health. We are, as a group, as entrepreneurs, we are more likely to suffer from some sort of mental illness. We are 50% more likely to have at least one mental illness. We are 2 times more likely to have suicidal thoughts. We are 2 times more likely to be hospitalized for psychiatric ailments. We are twice more likely to have lifelong depression, to live with depression on a consistent lifespan basis. We are more likely than the average person, 6 times more likely to have ADHD, 3 times more likely because of these other issues. We're 3 times more likely to resort to self-medicating or becoming addicted to substances. And we're 11 times more likely to experience bipolar depression, extreme happiness, and extreme anxiety. There is so much research back there, behind this that backs this up. And it, for me, is so unspoken. We're not talking about this stuff, that the journey that you've chosen to be on is one that it predisposes you to an onslaught of anxiety, depression, and all that come with that. So your job as an entrepreneur is to maintain your mental fortitude. It's when we fail to make time for cultivating our creativity, for building our capacity, for the life that you chose and all its complexities, that is when we start to have burnout, overwhelm, experiencing anxiety, having sleep problems, experiencing mood issues, irritability. That comes with a breakdown of partnerships, breakdowns in relationships with customers, not being able to respond to your day-to-day tasks and the goals that you have to achieve. There's so much there and there's so much to manage, but you as a mighty entrepreneur and a Black female entrepreneur at that, I am here to give you the support that you need to build on your capacity. Every entrepreneur has to learn how to coach yourself. You have to hashtag coaching myself. Put it in the chat. I'm coaching myself. I'm learning how to coach myself today. I'm building capacity today. Go ahead and put that in the chat, because essentially it's our job, because of this path, because we know that we're more susceptible to these things. We're going to have to get the tools to coach ourselves and build out our capacity for these really complex lives that we're leading. So today we're going to dive right in. I'm going to give y'all all I got, like everything. You're about to get everything, the soup, the potatoes, the meat, everything. I'm going to give you my all. Whenever I show up, I show out. And so I want you to get 10 tools today. I'm going to be going quickly, so please have your notepad out, but you should be, let me know if you got your participant guide. You can let our administrators know whether or not you have your participant guide so that we can get that to you, because your participant guide you'll just be able to follow right through throughout all the tools that I'm giving you today. All right, so let's dive right in. We're going to start by building a mind monitoring practice. Mind monitoring practice, okay? Then we're going to go into our goal digging and goal setting. And we're going to talk about mindful co-creation. All right, right in there. Let's do it. Here we go with the first, most essential of all the tools I'll be talking about today. It is your writing practice, a daily journal practice. A lot of the reasons why we lose our bandwidth or our ability to process and meet the needs of our businesses and our busy lives, it's because we have so much on our minds, so much to think about, to address. You're managing so much, but when we get our thoughts out on a page, it frees up space for us to observe the thought as words on a page, rather than a rumination that's in your mind driving you crazy. Really and truly, if you get it out, then you can do something with it. And just to give you a high level, broad stroke of the benefits of a writing practice, I'm talking about this helps you with everything that has your attention right now. You can literally write out every single thing that needs your attention and then refer to that paper rather than having that in your mind. That's easy peasy, Crystal Page. Give me something more. I know that it might be simple. However, a practice of doing this every day is where I'm trying to get everybody at. If you can do this every day, you will see a transformation in your life. Writing down helps your mind get clear. It helps you clarify your goals and priorities and your intentions. And we'll talk about that further in the workshop. Writing things down helps you stay motivated and helps you recognize how far you've come. You're able to see your progress. When you go back and look at your journals, you'll be able to see and recollect how far you've come. I have a journal, for example, from 6 years ago, talking about today. I used to write about how I want to be a speaker, how I want to speak and give workshops and do corporate training and all that. I'm walking into that reality because I wrote it down. I wrote it down and I didn't give up. So there's power in our writing things down. We're moving right along. I hope y'all catching it. And follow along in your participant workbook. Your workbook will have prompts in there and just everything you need to get started in a practice. And this is going to be your first assignment, okay? First assignment. Everybody's paying attention, right? Okay. First assignment. I see y'all going off in the chat. Yes, we have assignments already. So your first assignment is going to be every single morning for 5 timed minutes. The first thing that you do when you wake up is going to be writing, excuse me. You're going to write. I'm talking about as soon as your alarm alerts, you are going to take your pen and your paper. You're going to have a notebook up under your pillow and just start to write. What will happen is that there is something called the twilight subconscious period where we have a direct access to our subconscious mind right when we wake up. This is scientifically proven, by the way. Hit me up. I will get you the studies. But we have a direct access to our subconscious mind, our higher thinking self, our universal self, if you will, right when we wake up. And it is in that twilight moment that several inventors have had breakthroughs. Thomas Edison with the light bulb, for example. It is accessing that twilight subconscious period that we're able to see the genius and the brilliance arise within ourselves. So start to ask yourself, if you need help, you can start to just don't think about what it is that you're writing, just dump it all out. If you are someone who is frightened by a blank sheet of paper, don't know what to say, don't know what to do, don't know what to write, just anything that comes to mind, just let it flow. Don't judge it, just let it come out. Whatever it is. Oh, I don't know what kind of coffee I'm gonna have this morning. Oh, my breakfast. Oh, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. It might start out as a to-do list, but it will eventually emerge into those brilliant gems start to come out. So I also want you, if you have a challenge, you can use prompts. You can write down a question the night before, okay? So write down a question from the night before. If it's something you need to answer, go ahead and answer it the first thing when you wake up. Now, the most important thing about this is consistency. We are just aiming to do this journal practice for 5 minutes first thing when we wake up, okay? And you can journal at a time that works for you, but do it at the same time every day. Consistency, consistency, consistency. All right. Oh, yes, don't stop until your timer goes off. And what you want to do, again, is just make sure that you are dumping everything out of your mind. Don't judge what you're saying. Use prompts if you need to just go ahead and get those thoughts out there. You can use prompts to help you out. Ask yourself a question the night before. Journal at a time that works for you. If early in the morning doesn't work for you, if you have a kid's foot in your nose in the morning, then go ahead and journal it in the evening or in your car or whatever works for you. The whole entire point is to be consistent and set your timer and don't stop until the timer goes off. Okay. Next up, we have mind monitoring, and that's our self-care clarity ritual. Number 2, you can meditate for only 90 seconds. Okay. I want you to only focus on getting 90 seconds of a meditation practice. Many people will tell you to start with 5 minutes, try to do 5 minutes. I have learned in my experience as a coach, 5 minutes is an eternity for some of us really cerebral, busy minds that we have, okay? 90 seconds is all you need, and consistency is your friend. 90 seconds at the side of your bed, just sitting up straight. You don't have to do crisscross applesauce. If that's not you, don't go for it. Sit up straight on the side of your bed. Make sure that your back is up straight and aligned. You don't necessarily have to be cross-legged, but if you feel like you need a meditation station, a pillow on the floor, go for it, sis. But all you need is 90 seconds. You want to create 90 seconds. And within that 90 seconds, that is going to be where you focus on your breath. And you're going to simply inhale one word and exhale another. It's very simple. 90 seconds. Inhale one word. Here, exhale now. I like to go here and now, depending on how I'm feeling, but inhale here, exhale now, or do what works for you. I have some clients that go inhale, come, exhale together, come together, come together. 90 seconds, that's all you need. You can try this also, a rise and fall. Inhale, rise, exhale, fall. Just visualizing a word or thinking about a word that accompanies your inhale and exhale. All you need is 90 seconds. Be consistent, set a timer, and try meditating for 90 seconds per day. You can do that. You can do anything for 90 seconds. Now, with that being said, I just want to stop here and take a breath because I want you to try something out with me. All right, you ready? Everybody ready? Ready? Go ahead and put it in the chat. Ready? Put it in the chat. Ready? Let me see. Make sure everybody's ready. We're ready to pick up what I'm about to lay down for you right now. Okay. So, at the sound of my voice, I want you to lean away from your computer or your phone. And I want you to look about the room that you're in right now. I want you to look about the room, and for every object that you see, just notice it. Don't label it. Just notice. I want you, if you're outside, take in your environment. Look at all the colors, the shapes, the varieties of items and objects you see. When you see an object, just notice it and move on to the next item. Try to observe without labeling. And notice where the light is coming from. Notice the shadows. Now I want you to take a deep breath, and I want you to engage your sense of hearing. Be still and notice what you hear. Maybe it's a humming. Try to hear with your left ear and then your right. Just notice all the sounds that are audible to you. Notice the silence in between the sounds. Now I want you to engage your sense of smell. Deeply breathe, inhaling through your nose, and notice what smells are present with you. What do you smell? Don't label it, just experience it. Now I want you, since your sense of feeling is engaged, let's go with that and feel the air passing through your nostrils and into your lungs. You may be feeling the rising and falling of your chest or belly as you inhale and exhale. What do you feel? Wiggle your toes. Feel how your feet feel in your socks or shoes or barefoot on the floor. Feel how it feels to be supported in your chair. Feel how your clothes feel on your skin and against your body. And finally, run your tongue along the roof of your mouth and the back of your teeth. What do you taste? Can you taste anything? Take a deep breath here. And I want to thank you for engaging your 5 senses with me. Please open your eyes just in case you got lost in the moment. What we just did is called mindful awareness. And that's our mind monitoring practice number 3. And that tool that I just walked through with you is called a 5 senses check-in or a sensory oasis. And studies show that when we engage our 5 senses, the part of our brain that goes into fight or flight mode, the amygdala, shuts off momentarily in order to process the information that's being taken in by your senses. So your sense of sight, your sense of smell, your ears, all of those, when we really keenly become aware of our sensory experience, it shuts down the amygdala momentarily from processing the fight or flight response. This is a remedy for anxiety if you are someone who deals with anxious or precipitating intrusive thoughts or is constantly overwhelmed with overthinking. In order to build capacity, we have to cultivate mindful awareness. And it is such a silver bullet for anxiety, and is useful if you can put those worries into actionable tactics. I mean, we're going to talk about anxiety being something that is a signal that we need to take action, but for those thoughts that are just overwhelming us, this is a tool that we can use anytime, any place, just to take a step back and turn off that fight, flight, or freeze response. All right. So following along in your participant guide in your workbook for this workshop, I want to introduce what is called the Wheel of Life tool. What we're going to do is rate our lives in all of these departments, okay? Because a lot of the issue tends to be when we're overwhelmed, is we can't even put our finger on the issue, the problem. We're not exactly sure what it is, or we think it's one thing, but it's something that's actually tied to another situation that's bringing us additional stress in our lives. And what I found with the Wheel of Life tool is that if we can just get super specific about the different aspects of our life and how it's going, we can start to use that clarity to free us up to focus on the challenges that we're facing in our lives. So we do a little bit of recognition of what's going well, and also, all right, I need to put some attention to these more vulnerable concerning areas of our lives. So go ahead and in your participant guide, I want you to go to the Wheel of Life tool, and let's just rate your health, your living space, your family, your finances, your career, your spirituality, your recreation, and your romance. And I want you to give them each a rating and plot a point on there for where it is that you mark. So for example, in the health department, I'm gonna give myself a 7 in health right now. That's a very generous, I really more like a 6.5, but I would plot my point right about here, right over here, okay? So that would be 7. And in your participant guide, in the workbook for the workshop, you will see an example of how it is that you can do this. Now, what I find with this is it gives us a sort of like a statistical analysis of where we are and how we're doing. So after you're done with this rating, I want you to put a date on the sheet so that you can look back on where it is that your starting point was and where you are when you go to do this exercise in the future. Now, this is a gift for you, and you can definitely use it and work through the areas that need the most attention from you. And I also will be sharing with you a little bit more follow-up support that you can use for this exercise. But from this, I'm going to give you a moment to do this. Go ahead and do the rating system. And I want you to consider, okay, we're going to do an assessment real quick. Which are your lowest rated Wheel of Life categories? Which ones are the lowest? Go ahead. Just in your quick assessment, which ones are your lowest and why? And I would like for you to take those 3 lowest rated categories and write it out on your workbook under the areas of improvement that you're working on. Those 3 areas that we identified are now your areas of improvement, okay? And we're going to figure out what 2 to 3 things we can do to improve these areas. Oh yeah, we're getting busy today. Yes, yes, you are going to work in this workshop, okay? And then we're gonna pick one of your list of 2 to 3 things that you can do immediately, okay? And this is a little bit it's going to transition us into the goal digging part of our work today. So let's just jump right into this. Basically, with every area of improvement that you outline, you are going to come up with a what, how, and by when action plan for tackling and improving that area. So, for example, what? You're going to name the goal, okay? Say it plain. Goal, for example, improve my credit score. How? How will you achieve the goal? Maybe a tactic would be call to get my credit reports from, you don't even got to do that. You can go to freecreditreport.com. They're not paying me, so I am not officially endorsing, but you can get your credit report online. Don't put a barrier in front of yourself. If you are not a phone call person, go ahead and get it online. Do whatever you can. Whatever is in that how, make it actionable that you can take action right now. All right. And then by when? Put the by when on there. When are you taking this action? And furthermore, I'm going to give you an extra bonus tip. Call a friend to hold you accountable to this thing that you're doing. Make sure. All right. So I am looking forward to seeing all of these worksheets get populated, because essentially this will take you right through to the intention setting. And I just want to share with you, I don't have a lot of time, and I know that Miss Casey keeps a close check on the time. So let's just get right in. This is a bonus exercise that I want us all to pay attention to. This is an intention cards practice, and this helps us be intentional around our goals and what it is that we are trying to achieve. So you're going to take that same thing that you're working on from your areas of improvement, right? And I want you to imagine what your life is like at a 10 in that department. How does it feel to have reached your goal. But just envision for a moment. Let's say that the goal is to improve your credit score. And let's say you went from a 5 something to a 780. How does that feel? Oh, yes, honey. How does that feel to achieve that goal? How does it feel if your goal is to leverage business credit and then you get $100,000 line of credit? How does that feel? And you have a plan to get some profit off of it. Amen. How does that feel? And I want you to put the feeling and get in touch with how it feels to achieve your goal. And the first part of that is going to be, I feel in that feeling. I feel blank that I am now, and then say the goal. The last, that sentence right there is for the goal. So let me give you some examples real quick. I feel freaking awesome now that I am making an extra $1,000 a month in my business. Do y'all see how this practice is to connect your emotions of how you're going to feel when you accomplish your goal to the goal, so that you can powerfully align both your subconscious, your conscious, your heart, mind, and your thinking brain. Okay, all of it starts to align when we are bringing those emotions and the real world action together. So the next one is, I feel confident now that I am a paid public speaker. Oh, amen. That was one of mine. Oh, yes. And I do feel confident now that I'm a paid public speaker, but this was my intention card from 6 years ago. Y'all see what I'm saying? So I am hoping that this was as good for you as I intended for it to be. My hope is that each of you will meet your future self. I have a recording that is for you. Please take a moment to dive deeper into building your capacity through visualization. And the best way to do this is just by closing your eyes and following a guided meditation. This one that I've included for you is extra special. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you get this in the chat. Thank you so much for sharing time and making space. And I really want to implore all of you at the sound of my voice, know your worth. You are so worthy. You are so valued. You are so loved. And you are made to do incredible, impactful, amazing things. I would hope to empower you. If there's anything I can do in support, but in honor of you, I am going to include a free gift, which is my Thought Maps and Distortion Traps workbook. So on top of your participant guide that will walk you through all of this, you will also get the Thought Maps and Distortion Traps workbook that will help you walk through any cognitive distortions that could be stopping you or blocking you or getting in your way. I've also included this meditation for you. Please have a wonderful experience. And I thank you so much for this stage and this space, and I appreciate you. So I'm looking forward to us connecting. And again, you are so worthy. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, y'all. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. Crystal, you are absolutely incredible. The chat was on fire. Some of our friends were in the wrong chat. They were in the feed. Just scroll up. Y'all will see the workbook. But we thank you for pouring into us so brilliantly, sis. You helped us to bifurcate the need.
Bifurcate.
Girl.
Casey, can I tell you, I just have to intercept you for a moment and just
give you honor and respect for what you've done here. This is such an incredible platform, so well orchestrated. I mean, and then the speakers are bringing fire, and then it's all recorded and we can get it for free. I mean, somebody give Casey a hand clap. Like, this is incredible what you put together, you and your team. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity. Excuse me, my webcam is acting donkey right now. Excuse me. I'm trying to get it working. I'm trying to get it working, but I appreciate you. And I hope that it was just beneficial and to spell out essentially like our minds are so incredible. And when we are intentional about what we do with our minds and crafting that story and beating back that self-doubt and really just going forward with our trust in our abilities and, you know, our journey, we can be so powerful. We can be so powerful.
Ashe. Thank you so much, sis. I was trying to give you your flowers, but Ashe, well accepted. I appreciate you so much. And I just want to underscore the power of what you have done alongside the other 29 businesses that have partnered with Blaze to come on the stage and do this. Like, this is a direct reflection of y'all's heart and your spirit and your willingness to show up and cape really, really hard for Black women. I have chills talking about this, and then another 30 businesses in the booths. Like, literally 60 businesses came together for this because we deserve all the things. So, Crystal, thank you so much. I'm going to make sure that folks get their questions out to you because you lit it up, sis. So, y'all, I know y'all were enamored and enthralled in that workbook, but please do type your questions in the question panel and raise your hand to come to the stage. So I see Sequoia up already. The way she cued herself was by hitting the hand under the stage. Sequoia, I'm bringing you up right now, Mamacita. The floor is yours.
Okay. I'm gonna turn this camera on. Hold on. Let me get Sequoia.
Am I on?
Hi.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Crystal and Casey. Yes, for the platform. I'm trying to get my words out. I'm so happy to see that you presented this, Crystal, because I have been I've been talking about mental health and creative healing for a long time. I went through entrepreneurship for a while in my first business and burnt myself out like to the max, mentally, physically, emotionally, all that. And then in that process, I went back to my painting. I come from a family of creative people that never did entrepreneurship. And I've been healing this big, deep wound from my family for a very long time. And when 2020 hit, up until the beginning of this year, I realized I was like, okay, I need the healing. Like, I was chasing for money, afraid of what would happen. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop what I'm doing because I need this healing. And when I finally stopped, more things came to me, and of course, more trust. I can go on, but I just want to say thank you for sharing the mental health aspect, because for me, because I didn't have a degree or degree in counseling or therapy, I felt like ashamed to talk about it. And my business is building the gap between the personal and the brand development and showcasing and helping people heal their business. And when they heal their business, they're healing themselves. And I like to incorporate chakras in this. And I get a little woo-woo, and you know, especially like in the areas that I have been in, it really wasn't accepting, or they just didn't understand. You know, but I've been finding my footing and pushing back the negative things that we go through as entrepreneurs. And I just really want to say this was such a breathtaking, you know, because like we went in today earlier with some other things, and Whew, that was a good. Like today is coming through with the punches, but in a way, it's enlightening, you know. So this softened it up a little bit, but I appreciate this, and I'm gonna get off. But thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Casey, for this, because I really needed this. Like this was one of the weeks where I was like, I don't know if I have time. And then I was like, something just kept saying to my spirit was like, sit down, sit down, sit down. And I sat down and I'm like, okay, I got some more things to do. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
Can I
ladies.
just say something real quick, Sequoia? One, thank you for your courage, for stepping up and like being courageous to share a little bit of yourself and be vulnerable. And I think it was Kayla who said it in the last session. You know, entrepreneurship is your healing. You know,
Yes.
you're gonna have, it's gonna be your job. I love that. I love that quote
Yes.
because it resonated with the work that we are all doing. Because essentially, you know, as far as I know that you said it might be a little woo woo, let me tell you something. We're going from a time, we have left the industrial age, okay? We benefited as a society, as a world on the industrial age. We are leaving the information age. We have benefited from the information age, the technological advancement, and all of this data and information that we readily have access to. But
Yeah.
really and truly, do you know that we are stepping into the intuition age now?
Thank
That
you for
woo-woo
saying that.
stuff, this is the truth, and I gotta speak truth so that if anything that I find to be true and that I've read in my research, and I want to loan it out to my sisters who are going through the same struggle, we all are more susceptible to
Mhm.
having these sorts of challenges in our mental health.
Mhm.
I don't know the correlation exactly, whether it's because we are born this way, we crazy enough to step out and do it on our own, or if it's because we have put ourselves in this situation where we're more vulnerable to the different circumstances that might make us, you know, a
Mhm.
little more depressed or a little more, you know, anxious or worried about all of it or completely overwhelmed. But honestly, we need you. We need your voice. As we go into the intuition age, creativity is going to be one of the number one resources that human beings will need.
Yes.
Number one. So creativity, being able to harness that intuition and being able to build the gap for others who are going from that black and white data world into that what's the vibration like?
Yes.
How is this whatever external thing is happening to me, what lesson does that teach me? What thing am I going to release in my chakras because of this experience? These experiences that we have are here to agitate us. And that thing in the washing machine is called an agitator for a reason. It gets us clean.
Yeah.
So don't let it overcome you, sis. These are just agitations. That's just making you clean so that you can go and do the work that you've got
Yes.
to do on this earth.
Thank you. Thank you. I accept and receive all of that. Thank you so much. Because I've seen so many people just not even understand how to process their ideas. And I know what that is like when you are going through the rejection alone as an entrepreneur, you know? So, and so much more. So thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate everything.
welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for you, and keep taking up spaces. Don't apologize. Don't try to move out of the way.
Okay.
I love that. I love that. And thank you so much again, Casey, for, I mean, just the opportunity.
You're welcome. Nah, thank you for your brilliance, Mamacita. You are light, and I'm happy to stay connected. I mean that. You let me know.
For
Whatever
sure.
you do, I got you. I
For
got you.
sure. For sure. Thank you so much, Casey. And it's mutual. So talk
The
to
next
you. Do we have another
next speaker up is Monique Roundtree. Monique, you are on the stage. The mic is yours, Mama.
Oh, hi,
Hey, hi. I just want to say thank you, Casey, for having this event. I was at the last one in the summer, and it was just so inspiring. And it got me back to my poetry. I used to do poetry, and we did a little ode to a Black woman, and I loved that and enjoyed that. And I'm just trying to kind of like push past my anxiety when it comes to starting business and being an entrepreneur. But like Crystal said, like being an entrepreneur is healing is a part of the healing. And so I definitely need to keep pushing through and keep doing it. So thank y'all.
Of course. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being here.
Yeah.
And Monique, you a vet. Because you were here last time, that means you're a vet. So I'm happy you came back. You still in the game. Give yourself credit for that. That was 6 months ago. Do y'all know how much life was life in the last 6 months for all of us? And you still here, sis.
That's
You
it.
still holding on. Like, don't play that down as something small, sis. I would tell you keep leaning in. 1 + 1 is 11. It's not 2. It never was. It's always 11. And so just imagine how much power you have around you just in this community alone. Keep leaning into communities, not just Blaze. It's a gang of them out there. You deserve to live in the land of plenty. Okay, we got you, sis.
And
We got
then
you.
also, Monique, do you have a mentor? Because that's one of the resources that, you know, a lot of Black women entrepreneurs, the reason why our counterparts from every other walk of life are able to succeed is just having somebody to talk to that can breathe that life into you and keep you going, that has done some things themselves, that can really keep that flame and keep you accountable. Do not, whatever you do, you're gonna end up circling back to this anyway. Because I had a whole folder on my computer called "So What You Gonna Do Now? Quit," where I had everything in there about me quitting this journey. But ultimately, look, we all face those difficult struggles, and lean into, like Casey said, the community that you're a part of, because ultimately we hold each other up. And make sure you have that one person, that one friend, that one mentor, that one person that speaks life to you and over you, so that you can keep going when the going gets tough.
Yes, I don't have a mentor right now. I have business coaches, but I need like that accountability though. Yeah, so I definitely want to find that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you're gonna find it today. I'll go ahead, Krista. Real quick, y'all DM her. Click Monique Roundtree's name. Click her photo. Send a DM. I promise you, you got something today. Love and light. Go ahead, Krista.
No, I was going to offer that, Monique, I'm starting a community where we can mentor each other, where we can coach each other. So I would love to get your contact information so that you can be a part of this community, because ultimately we all coaching ourselves. So we just want to gather around that idea and lift each other up. We all we got.
Yeah, join Krista's community. Like, if this was a glimpse and it's just a glimpse of what she offers, y'all be connected. Hold on. Hold her up too. Ashe. Thank you so much, Monique. All right. And I don't see anyone in the chat. Not in the chat, in the Q&A. I don't see any hands raised. So I'm going to assume that you all have given your flowers and asked the things that you wanted to ask. Crystal, is there anything you want to say as we close out this session called When Blessings Become Burdens?
I just want to just take a moment and give space to every single woman who is here right now, every single person who is here right now, because ultimately there's a reason why we are in any moment that we're in, especially this one. There's a reason why you're at the Blaze Virtual Summit. There's a reason why you heard that nugget, that quote, that gem, that fire that you just can't get it out your ear. It's on your heart now. There's a reason why you came up on this information at the time that you did, so that you can be sharpened, so that you can add a little fuel to your cup, so that you can pour into somebody else and pour into your work. You are so, so purposeful. And now it's just time for us to walk into our purpose and our intention. And we all are doing that. We're doing it together. So I just want to thank each and every one of you that are here right now. Thank you. I am because you are. So thank you. And thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate you for pouring the way that you did and giving resources, love and light to you, sis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Casey.
All right, y'all. Bye, mama. All right, y'all. It is going to be the last session right before the journal wind down. Today we were on a roller coaster by design. Yesterday was healthcare and all the things that are tied to transgenerational trauma, literally the trauma that runs through our veins. Let's talk about it, and we did. Today got closer to home, right? We had to own some things, right? All day long, we had to own some things, and this particular session was no exception. We ain't done with it, okay? The next session is a Blaze Talk from Nicole Player, and it is called Breaking the Bias, okay? That is the last session before we do the journal wind down, which is about attachment. Neff is gonna come back up and carry us home, okay? But yeah, Ashley said wig got snatched. Oh, I mean snatched, okay? I'll see y'all in the other session. Again, this one is called Breaking the Bias, and then we are going to allow Neff to close us out with a 30-minute journal wind down session. I'll see y'all on the other side.
It was hard for me the first time I experienced bias in the workplace from my own boss, who was also a Black woman. Not that I hadn't experienced it before, but this time just really hit different. It was even harder for me when I had to have a conversation with my 4-year-old daughter and share with her that this world does not love her. But how these experiences would shape me into the woman that I am today, I am even more proud of. So how do you break the bias that you experience being a Black woman? Initially in my career, I had trouble speaking up and speaking out against the bias that I had experienced in the workplace. It was my second job out of college, and I was so excited. I had just landed what felt like a big girl job. I was even more excited when I found out that my boss, who experienced life just like I did, was a Black woman. I looked forward to the conversations we would have where she would be able to mentor me and help me to navigate my professional career. I knew a lot of people, and out of all the people that she would get me. But instead, it was total opposite. She had placed unfair assumptions on me. She bullied me. She even told me that I didn't have the right look to work in corporate America and that people would not take me seriously. This experience with her really damaged my self-confidence in my profession and ultimately caused me to put in my resignation letter because my time was way too precious to spend it with someone that didn't make me feel my best. I also recall saying those dreadful words, I don't ever want to work for another Black woman. Now, when I think back on that experience, it really crushed my heart because I'm a Black woman. And while I was working in corporate America at that time, I aspired to be in leadership. I one day wanted to own my own company. So how would I feel if another Black woman shared those same sentiments that she didn't want to work for me because I'm a Black woman? I had always hoped that I would, if I had to do life again, I would handle that situation differently. I was a person that I wanted to shy away from conflict, and conflict is not a bad thing, and I just really had to get comfortable talking about the uncomfortable. And how do you do that? You find yourself in more uncomfortable situations. And if I just could have spoken up and stood up for myself, maybe I could have avoided the next Black woman working for her and the trouble that they may have, with unfair assumptions placed on them. One thing I told myself, from here on out, I'm going to use my voice and I'm going to speak up and speak out against things that I know are wrong. Now, it didn't always happen, or it didn't happen exactly that way. I had to have some real life experiences in order to, feel comfortable and where that actually felt natural for me to speak up and speak out. And when I say I I can still say that it still doesn't feel natural. It still is uncomfortable at times. But there is something about motherhood that really just puts that oomph in your step, right? Like you just feel like the things I couldn't do for myself, I will make sure I can do it for my children. I've been blessed to be the mother of 4 beautiful Black little girls, ages 11, 8, and 4-year-old twins. So as you can imagine, my home is super dramatic. There's a lot of emotions flying around. And as you can see, I've locked up my hair because I could not fathom doing 5 heads in the morning. And I had to reclaim my time somewhere. And by the way, this was the best decision I could have ever made. I'm really hoping and waiting for one of my daughters to tell me that they are ready to start their lock journey so that we can make life a lot easier. But nonetheless, I am learning so much about myself through the eyes of my daughters. And this has just been a really amazing experience thus far. So I'm getting a lot of practice in this discussion around breaking the bias because it is my civic duty as their mother to make sure that my daughters know how to stand up for themselves, but also that conversation doesn't stop until every Black woman in this world is treated equally. And we've got a lot of work to do. When my oldest daughter was just 4 years old, my husband and I were looking at private school institutions because we wanted to afford her the best education. We live in St. Louis, Missouri, in the metropolitan area, and our private schools are really good in the area. So while searching, we found the perfect match. It was a school where we felt like our baby girl could thrive, where she could, and she could at times be very timid and soft-spoken. And this school was going to really challenge her to use her voice and really focus on building our future leaders. The only thing I questioned about the school was the diversity, because when I toured the school and the classroom that she would be joining, I saw no one in that classroom that looked like her. But I figured, we could offset it because we lived in the city and we lived in a pretty diverse area. I will never forget her first day of school. And, me being the mom that I am, I was super excited. I could not wait to pick her up and just ask her, how was her first day? I was really hoping that she had met some friends and that this transition was going to be easy for her. And to my surprise, when I picked her up and asked her, how was your first day of school? She remembered a little girl in my class came up to me and asked me why my skin was brown. And then she told me she couldn't play with me because my skin was brown. When I tell you my heart sank, it sank. I was absolutely furious. I had a mix of emotions going through me. Part of me wanted to cry because how am I supposed to have this conversation with my 4-year-old? Would she even be able to comprehend racism? And this other kid, I'm wondering, who are her parents? Because this is a learned behavior. And I might just have to purposely run into them in the parking lot. The other part of me, I was ready to pull her out of school. But I knew that this was something that we would have to address either way. So regardless if I took her out of school or she stayed, I still had to have this conversation with my daughter. I still had to talk to her about, her skin and how beautiful she is. And no matter what anybody has to say about you, you are worthy. You deserve to be here. And that she's a beautiful person and anybody in her friend circle will be blessed to have her as a friend. But then also that if they don't want to be your friend, they're lost, right? And as uncomfortable as it would be, it really needed to happen. I just didn't think it would happen that soon in her life. So of course, I did what any other mother would do. I contacted the school. I told them about the situation and I told them about the seriousness of it too. And that, we need to have more difficult conversations like this with other kids and the importance of letting these children know that, hey, we are all different and we come from all different backgrounds and walks of life, but it's important that you be kind to one another. And I also expressed my concern about the diversity in the school, right? My daughter needs to see other people that look like her. She felt so alone in that moment, and she had no one to turn to or talk to, and nobody else that knew what it was that she was experiencing. I will say I was more than impressed with how the school handled the situation, and then their focus on diversity being a priority for years to come. It gave me a little comfort. But I did notice a sadness in my daughter. I noticed something happening in her internally where she wanted to feel included, wanted to belong, wanted to feel wanted. But isn't that so many of us Black women that experience this throughout our careers, where you're working as an entrepreneur or working in corporate America, and you've been in rooms where you did not feel wanted, or where you had to prove that you were worthy to have a seat at the table, even though you are worthy? And in the words of our great sister Rihanna, a lot of these companies were built on the backs of Black women anyway. So I knew that this would be an opportunity for me. I needed to take a stand and commit to breaking the bias for myself, my daughters, and generations to come. And this is how Black Girl Motivation was birthed. Black Girl Motivation was created because I wanted all Black girls and women to be inspired, empowered, uplifted, and motivated daily, because we experience so many hardships throughout our lives. And if I could just use my voice and other Black girls and women's voices, we could begin to change the trajectory of Black women being silenced and instill life, power, value, and worth in one another. So how am I using Black Girl Motivation to continue this charge and breaking the bias against Black girls and women? While Black Girl Motivation is a technology company, it's been my focus to make sure my business is getting the exposure it needs to position itself to reach Black girls and women from all over, not just through technology. My background is in technology. I built a technology company. However, I know that there are areas that I lack experience and knowledge in. And I position myself to be in rooms where, because I might lack that experience and knowledge, I want to get some additional exposure. I want to make sure to find organizations where I can join their board. And most times this is minimal commitment to you. However, this could be a major breakthrough in your business. For me, I joined a board at a local school where we serve underrepresented communities. So now I have exposure to more Black girls that need daily positivity. I want to encourage you to break the bias by not limiting yourself and your business to just your area of expertise. If you own a beauty business, there is room for you in education too. For me, I am still working a 9-to-5. So while I'm also running my own business, over the course of these last couple of years, a lot of companies have really put a lot of focus on employee resource groups where they have a specific focus. So like Blacks in your companies, Asians in your companies, and so on and so forth. And I've been able to utilize these groups at my company as well as other companies because of my focus on empowering Black women. This is another way I'm breaking the bias to ensure we all have the tools to speak up for ourselves. I've learned that, to make my job work for me. And if you're in the same boat as I am, working a 9-to-5 while also leading your own business, I encourage you to do the same. Make your job work for you. Another way that I'm making my job work for me is continuing to break that bias is being very strategic about my career decisions. I position myself into roles that serve a dual purpose. And while they benefit my company, they also benefit my business too. I've been afforded the opportunity to attend different conferences specific to my area of expertise that has put me in rooms with people that I probably would have never been in rooms with, and to be able to open up the conversation about Black Girl Motivation and how we are empowering, uplifting, and motivating Black girls and women around the world. And I encourage you to do the same. I didn't recognize this at the time. And most times we don't recognize it, right? We don't recognize it until we go through what we have to go through. But That traumatic experience my daughter had at just 4 years old, mixed with my own unfortunate experiences, in my life and in my career, will be exactly what I needed to build my own brand, Black Girl Motivation. The great thing about it is I've been able to include my daughters in this movement. And my once timid, soft-spoken little girl, I've seen her confidence jump through the roof. And just being proud that she's a Black girl. And I've also seen it in my other daughters too. My youngest being 4 years old, because we empower them so much in our home and we talk about the uncomfortable conversations. My daughters are being equipped and, prepared to conquer this world. And if you have an opportunity to take a young Black girl under your wings, do it. We have to stop saying pass the torch to our young Black girls and light the torch for them. I'm going to leave with this because I'm doing my due diligence by making sure my daughters continue the conversation and empower and uplift one another. Our youngest Black girls are watching us, and I know this because my 4-year-olds are watching too. This is really a full circle moment for me because I share with you guys about the experience that my oldest daughter experienced when she was 4 and the racial bias that she went through. But now my 4-year-old is one of my 4-year-olds. I'm going to share a video clip with you guys, or audio clip. And so I want to share this with you guys because this was a full circle moment for me. And, I shed a tear afterwards because I thought about what my oldest went through and just thinking about my youngest now. And I am more than confident that I know that she would handle that situation differently if she was at school and someone told her they didn't want to play with her because of the color of her skin. So I will play this really quick. Are you a Black girl, Rosie?
Yeah.
Yeah. You like being a Black girl?
Yeah. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back,
Better go, Black girl. You're a beautiful Black girl.
Yeah, and you too.
Thank you, baby. That's so sweet. So that was a video or audio of me while I was doing my 4-year-old daughter's hair. And, she just started singing out of nowhere. And the message is so powerful. Go, Black girl. And we have so much work to do. And our young Black girls are watching us. And it's important that we pull them up with us. Before I leave, I do want to share a message with you guys from my mobile app, Black Girl Motivation. And I'll leave you guys with this. Hey, sis, the Black woman who does not require validation from anyone is the most feared individual on the planet. And I want you guys to remember this because you are worthy, you are valuable, and you deserve to be here. Thank you.
You crying, Nicole?
Just a little tear, just a little bit.
Sis, that video just,
man,
I don't have words. Anything you want to say right now?
Boy, wow. Okay, these last 2 days, I'll just start with this. This is my first Blaze Summit. I didn't know I needed this as much as I did. Like, it has just been so insightful and just an opportunity to just like, hey, like, these are some things, some patterns that you're seeing in your own life that you may need to change. And, I'm just so fortunate to be here. And I thank you. I love the chat because I'm seeing all of your comments and I see people who are experiencing the same things I talked about in my message. and I'm here for you, sis. Like, you are not alone. I'll just say this, because while we're talking about bringing community together, right? Like, and it's so important for us to have community. We also need to be mindful of those that don't want to see you succeed, that don't want to see you do well, right? And I'm a lot older now, so I can go back and see that that person was reflecting, projecting on me when they were saying those nasty things about me and that I would never be anything in life, right? But it's something, right? Like, you have to go through that journey and that experience till you get to that place and you learn what you need to learn. And even going through it with my daughter, which was so painful. And it took a long time to get her to a place where she didn't want to be validated by the white person, right? Or when she was in a classroom, even though they start bringing in more diverse, students, but she would still gravitate towards the other students, right? And I'm like, well, why ain't she playing with the Black kids? Like, so just those things. And it took us a while to get her to a place where she loved the skin that she was in. So just thank you for this platform. I appreciate you so, so, so much. I really do.
Likewise, sis, we must be looking at mirrors right now, because I appreciate you just as deeply. I'm gonna ask every single person that is in this session to write out words of affirmation directly towards Nicole right now. It could be one word, it could be a full sentence, it could be a paragraph. Flood her right now with affirmations. And as they do this, sis, and as you read this, I want to tell them a story about you. I met Nicole Claire through the Fearless Fun Summit some months ago on a spreadsheet, on a Google Doc. And introducing ourselves to each other, she invited me to go on her app and put in an affirmation that Black girls could read. Man. Oh, I mean, the concept alone, I'm like, oh, this cold right here. And I did it. In doing it, I was affirming myself. I was talking to the little Black girl inside of me. And sis, for me to hear your baby girl's voice affirming herself, I'm talking about you are experiencing things that we've never even dreamt of, because we've been saying, I want my children's children to be free. You went from your first baby to your little baby.
Right.
That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. And now you are exponentially doing that for the world. Like, you cold, sis. You cold.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I honor you. And I'm going to read these to you, Mama. Okay?
I know
the chat. Nicole, you are amazing. You are compassion, Nicole. You are beautiful. You are worthy of an equal exchange of positive energy. Nicole, thank you for everything you poured into your daughters and Black girls. Nicole, you are enough. Nicole, you are a powerhouse. Nicole, you are worthy, Black queen. Nicole, you are powerful. You are so powerful, queen. Continue to conquer this world. Nicole, you are the embodiment of what we as Black women are called to be. Nicole, you are light. Nicole, you are wondrously made, sis. You are an amazing mommy. Thank you for pouring into your little Black girl and teaching her that power is inside of her, not inside of how others see her. Nicole, you are needed. Nicole, you are powerful. You are a great mother. You deserve the flowers, sis. You deserve the flowers, sis.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So now I'm going to bring someone on stage to ask what they want to ask of you, or to speak whatever they want to speak into you. First, I'm going to bring up Chandrell, and then right after that, Alexis Miller. You are next.
How you doing, Queen? How are you? I love what you've done. Just to see how you've taken your situation and you turn that into your superpower. And I notice as Black women, that's what we have a tendency to do. We take what seems to be bad and we make it for good. We turn it into good. And, I have a Black young queen myself who is 9 years old. And I feel that you know, with you know, the Barbie dolls that they create, and you know, not really seeing themselves in the things that they're seeing on TV and things like that. And you know, basically them just kind of conforming to these ways of people who are not like them. And you know, I also have struggles as far as just trying to teach my daughter, love yourself. You don't need makeup. You don't need those things, you know. And I think she had seen me kind of go through that phase of trying to find myself as well, until I actually locked my own hair. She hasn't quite gotten there yet, but she's like, you know, she sees her mom embracing her naturalness, and I want her to also embrace that. But um, another thing, our thing, it's not, we don't have the exact situation, but kind of similar. I feel like it's still relatable. My son, you know, he's delayed in his learning and everything, and it was a situation where he's playing outside, and somebody called him retarded, and it broke my heart. You know, it really broke me down, because as a mom, you want to defend your baby, you know, and that broke me down. That crushed my spirit. And you know, I know, you know, as a mom, it's kind of it is my fault that I didn't teach him the way I did, because I spoiled him so much. And now I'm kind of going through this process of, getting him the help. And I know that, you know, they have a tendency to want to put labels on our children when they become young. Oh, they're autistic, or, you know, these different things. And it's like, man, I watch my child every day. I watch my baby every day. And you can't sit here and tell me that my child has problems learning, because I watch him every day. And I just hate that they try to put these labels. But, you know, I've been kind of observing the school system, and just like you done become a part of the school board, that's something that I kind of thought about doing as well, because I'm like, there's no way y'all could just take these kids and put labels on them.
Yes.
You can't do that.
Yes.
You cannot do that, especially our Black children, because I understand a lot of Black parents are not as active, but me, I'm very active. I changed my entire life. I've stopped the 9 to 5 thing just because of my kids, because I didn't have consistent babysitters and things like that, you know. So your story is empowering, because like I said, that just people judging my son, you know, because he is a little delayed in learning, but he's getting there. And I said, you know, with the right coaching, with the right people around, he'll get there. But I'm not gonna put a label on my son. And I love that, the affirming, making sure your children are affirming themselves as well, you know, and teaching them that affirmation, because just because somebody put a label on you don't mean you have to accept that. So I really love that. I thank y'all so much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. As you were talking, and I know you mentioned, like, you know, you spoiled your kid, and there's some things that you wish you could have done differently. But I just want to say, like, we're not perfect parents, right? I'm not a perfect mom. I make a lot of mistakes, and I apologize all the time. Okay. But we're progressing, right? Like, there's things that we got to unlearn, because we learned these things from our parents or whatever the case may be. And I'm doing this thing, you know, differently from my mom. And, you know, so I just want to say you are doing the best you can. And I think if you can join a school board, that would be great, because even the board that I'm on, I'm the only Black female on that board. And this school is majority Black kids, right? So they need someone there to speak for them.
Absolutely.
You know, and so I definitely just want to encourage you and just say you are doing the best you can. And I know your son sees that, but keep fighting for him. And we have to use our voices for our kids, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
Appreciate you
Thank you,
too.
Sonia. And then I'm going to honor what I said. So last person to come on the stage is Alexis. After Alexis, we're going to have to move on to the journaling session, but there'll definitely be opportunity to share your reflections. Neff is going to lead that. Alexis, the mic is yours, mama.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll keep it quick. I resonated so much with your story, Nicole, because we actually moved from Phoenix to Houston. And I literally just got off of a call from my daughter's school in Houston from an amazing counselor, school counselor who is Black. And my child is coming from a situation where she was the only child of color in her classroom, and I often felt guilt because I always wanted to keep my kids in the most affluent schools and the most affluent areas because I felt like they were going to get the best education there. And I'm having to learn to give myself grace because I've kicked myself now, because now she's made this huge transition, as a result of stuff that happened personally with me and her father. And she's struggling hard. um, and so thank you for telling your story, and thank you for some of the gems that you dropped. I know that I will continue to try to do better at affirming her. And, I try my hardest not to invalidate her feelings whatsoever. And it's draining on me because she's very, very, very emotional. But I definitely want to thank you so much. And this day has been so emotional in general. So thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Casey.
I say, and Nicole, if you want to say anything back to Alexis, take up space. I promise. No
Oh, I'm
press.
sorry. Okay. No, I appreciate you, Alexis, and just sharing your story too. I can relate, right? And I've been there with my oldest daughter, and just I think it takes time, right? And just continue to speak life into her. Also, just be an example too, right? I've had to learn, like, and with my oldest, she's 11, and she's a lot mature for her age, but sometimes I feel like I expect certain things of her, and it's like she's still a kid, allow her to be a kid, Nicole. So I have to tell myself that all the time. Like I said, y'all, I'm always apologizing to my kids because I'm not perfect. So, but just showing her love too, giving her hugs and kisses and all that stuff I didn't get as a kid, right? I think that's also important. And just speaking life into them. Like, it's so important that we just continue to speak life into them. And if they know that they are worthy, they are valuable, they don't need validation from anybody else. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you, Alexis. Thank you so much, Nicole. Nicole, you are beyond amazing. Again, I don't even have the words, but I'm okay with that. I'm learning to be okay with that because the body knows. I'm sure you can feel me even continents away. Thank you so much for pouring into us and saying the things that we didn't even know we needed today. Sis, I honor you. I honor you.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
I'm looking forward to this wind down though.
Yeah. We're about to get into it. All right, y'all. So right now, we are about to go into the final segment of the day, which will be led by none other than Neff McGriff, Nefertiri McGriff, but I call her Neff. And the topic for today is attachment, okay? And the whole purpose of this, just to get us prepped for this, because you need to grab your pens and your paper, okay? The whole purpose of this is to help you process what you just experienced, right? It's not enough to experience this stuff and it's all jumbled, and then you go back into stepping on top of it and moving over it and not going through it. The only way through it is through it. That's healing, bruh. The only way through it is through it, because when you climb on top of it and you run around it and you crawl under it, it's still there. And wherever you are, there you will be. I've gotten on planes and went very, very, very far away. And everywhere I went, there I was when I got there. Every time, right? And so the last few years have been heavy healing. And healing is a slow and soft process. It is so slow and it is so soft. Right? And I'm still in the thick of it. So Neff is here to help us expertly unpack these feelings, put vocabulary to them, allow us to, move it through our bodies. Okay. So definitely join us there. It'll be 30 minutes today. So about half the time it was yesterday. So literally bring your pens and your pencils. We're going to follow Neff's flow. But I'll see y'all on the other side. Love and light. Peace. All right, Neff.
Hey,
What's
what's going on?
everything?
All right, so I know we have a shorter time today, so we're going to get right into it. If you are in a place where you can participate in this very brief exercise, please do that because we have listened to a lot and tension does build up in our bodies. So very quickly, not an expansive range of motion, but just turn your head from side to side very slowly, like so. And when you do that, I want you to notice if either part of your neck has less range than the other. So 1 or 2 times, turn from side to side, and then something is going, so I'm going to ask you to keep your face forward, but turn your eyes, curve your eyes as far to the left as you can. And we're going to hold this. I know it's uncomfortable. And now we're going to release it. And so look back to the center, blink 2 or 3 times. Now, keeping your head straight again, look as far to the right as you can. And we're going to hold that for a few seconds. I know it's uncomfortable. Okay, now we're going to release it. Blink a couple times. Now, turn your neck again and see if the range is a little bit better. See if your range, see if some of that tension has left your neck. See if, yeah. You like that, don't you, girl? So
You're a magician.
So if you ever feel like, there's a lot of tension, because a lot of times we carry tension in our neck, especially being in front of computers and sitting down most of the day. Whenever you feel like there is something, that is kind of caught up in your neck, go ahead and do that. And so I wanted you all to just kind of enjoy that a little bit, to kind of get you ready ready to release whatever it is that you need to release and be able to focus on the task at hand, so you're not too much worried about the range of motion in your neck. So usually when we talk about, or when we hear attachment, especially for my clinical folk, we usually think about the attachment styles, like the anxious attachment style, avoidant, secure. We're not going to do that today. This is totally different route. So in your journals, and this is all about us. This is all about us, because we talked about being comfort able. We talked about pain a purpose. We talked about blessings becoming burdens. We talked about weak ass advice. Okay. So this is about us. It's not about parents. It's not about jobs. It's about us. This is inner reflection. So on your paper, write down, I am, and then insert your name after that. So for example, I would write down, I am Nefertiri. Once you've done that, list at least 5 traits of who you are, but really dig deep with this one. At least 5. You can come up with more than that, but really dig deep. Now, as you wrap up your list, just kind of glance over them, because I want you to realize that these are the attachments that you have created for your life. These are the attachments that you have created for your life. So do not go back and change anything. You were led to write them for a reason, so let it stay. So usually what gives attachment strength is conditional love. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Attachments get their strength from conditional love, and that isn't always a bad thing, but it becomes a bad thing when we lose awareness of our authentic selves. So think about it. Your attachment, you wrote down the list because there's some kind of condition that you know you've met, or some kind of condition, there's some kind of conditional love that you have for yourself that made you choose those traits. And that's fine, again, but it becomes a bad thing when we lose awareness of our authentic selves. And so that leaves room for infiltration by other people's belief systems that we have subscribed to, and it becomes our voice. So when you look in the mirror each day, do you see those traits that you just described? If not, write down, what do you see? When you look in the mirror each day, do you see the traits that you described? If not, please be transparent with yourself and write down what you actually see. And this isn't just about physical appearance either. If you actually see what you have described, perfect. That's great. Don't give me that look, Casey. Okay. Next, I need you to write down what voice have you given your thoughts that describe what you see? What voice have you given your thoughts that describe what you see? Is it a soft voice? Is it demeaning? Is it critical? Is it forgiving? Is it coming from a place of tough love? Is it rough? Describe that voice. Because the voice is like the narration of your thoughts. Next, I want you to think about, have you ever felt the need to meet an expectation to be worthy of your own love? Have you ever felt the need to meet any kind of expectation to be worthy of your own love? Have you ever felt the need to meet an expectation to be worthy of your own love? So our attachments to the beliefs about self-acceptance, or even who we have defined ourselves to be, will become the norm, and we accept them as a part of who we are. And again, just know this isn't about physical appearance. So with that being said, what beliefs are you attached to that drive the way you see things in your life? Not anybody else's life, but your life. What beliefs are you attached to that drive the way you see things in your life? What beliefs are you attached to that drive the way you see things in your personal life? Next, think about if the beliefs that you have just identified, are they your beliefs, or have you adapted those beliefs from someone else? Are they your beliefs, or did you get them from someone else? Yes, they can be both yours and theirs. It can. Yep. However it fits your life. Now, out of those beliefs, whether it's yours, whether it's theirs, identify one of those that you promise to yourself that you will detach from in the next 6 months. That you will adamantly work on to detach from in the next 6 months. Nicole, we can like our beliefs, but are our beliefs healthy? Is it an attachment that makes us feel like we're not worthy of self-acceptance? But if your beliefs don't hit on that, then you're fine. But if they are an unhealthy attachment that you have, then because beliefs can make us feel safe, but when we really look at the volume of safety, is it practical for us? Is it appropriate? Lastly, so the question for the journal prompt, Cheryl, it was one attachment that you described, whether it's your belief or someone else's belief, one attachment or one belief that you will detach from within the next 6 months, one that you pledge to intentionally work on to detach from. So lastly, I am confident that releasing this attachment will improve my quality of life by I am confident that releasing this attachment will improve my quality of life by, and you fill in the blank. This is your way. This is your why. This is hopefully the purpose of you saying, okay, I have recognized that this is a belief that I want to detach from. And so I need to release this because my life will be so much better in this way. And naturally, everything on that list, those beliefs that you feel like you are attached to, one by one, go down that list. Because again, our attachment to beliefs about self-acceptance, if it's negative, even though we feel like it motivates us, but if it's negative, it becomes our norm. So we can blame social media, we can blame, whatever, but realistically, nothing has power over us unless we agree with the message. So anything that you find yourself attached to that is not serving you, even if it's a great relationship and you're still holding on to memories, but you have no space, no capacity, that's an attachment. But I wanted to make sure we kept it inner. This is about us. This is about what we see in ourselves. This is about being able to make space to be better. We're not holding on to things that don't belong to us, even if we gave it to ourselves. So remember, nothing has power over you unless you agree with its message. So I'm going to give the floor to you, Casey, if you have any feedback or if anybody wants to.
Girl, you messed me up. Okay, you messed me up. What? You good. Okay, you got to take this on the road now. You good. You good, girl. Woo! Okay, so I just want to share my reactions, and Aaliyah has her hand raised. So I'm gonna let her come up and say whatever she wants to say. Because I'm actually enjoying this. I feel like I'm vulnerable, but clearly, I mean, my therapist wouldn't say I'm vulnerable. My therapist, she done worked hard, y'all, over the last 6 years, child. Okay, so, okay, when you said to write 5 things that describe me, I said, I am Casey, a protector, a teacher, a leader, deeply passionate. I am an artist/creative.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you said that these are attachments, can be attachments from, or these attachments can get their strength from conditional love, it messed me up immediately, because all of these things are born out of my need to feel safe and respected and viewed as something worthy. And, these are the things that people had the good connotation. Somebody said connotations earlier, like, it has everything to do with how other people see me, right? Because I was the A student. I was the valedictorian of all of my schools, elementary, middle, high, and I'm still trying to unlearn that mess. Mm-hmm. Then when you said, sis, come on now, you got to take this on the road, sis. Then when you said, when you look in the mirror, what do you see? How would you describe yourself? Immediately, without thinking, I said sensitive, fragile, seeking, learning, blooming. Completely different. But when I look in the mirror, that is what I see. I see how soft I am and how much protecting I need, and how fine of a line there is between me being broken, depressed, anxious, stressed, right, and me being whole. It's a very fine line. My baby knows that. Like, he works overtime to protect me, even from myself, But the world sees me as warrior, right? And then I'm almost done, Leah. I'm about to pass you the mic, sis. And then when you said, what voice do I speak to myself with? What voice do I hear? I said soft and loving. 100%. It is so soft and loving. Which is deep, because the way I show up when I'm protecting people and caping hard for people and standing in the gap for people is very, very bold. It's very assertive. I do not flinch, you know? But the voice I hear in my head is way softer about myself, right? Just deep. Then when you said, have I ever felt the need to meet an expectation to be worthy of love? Absolutely. All caps, yes. Girl, yes. What beliefs am I attached to that drives the way I see things in my life?
Worthy of your own love, though.
Worthy of my own love. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm talking about, I mean, even when I left that dude, like, I know I was doing the right thing, but I was mad at myself for years for choosing him. But it's like, now I'm at, like, girl, you were 16. Girl, what are you talking about? Right? Like, yes. Like, there was so much self-loathing. I wanted to die. I literally didn't even feel like, I was like, if I could be this stupid, why am I here? What is the purpose of living? So I can just keep making dumb decisions. I was so, girl, like, what is the point? I really felt like that, right? Don't feel like that today, but yes, definitely been there. What beliefs am I attached to that drives the way I see things in my life? Productivity, hierarchy, scarcity, dominance, evolution, connectedness. And the last two are who I am, right? Like evolving, right? And the first four, which is your next question, are these my beliefs or did they come from someone else? Yes, somebody else. It was productivity, hierarchy, scarcity, dominance, like 100%. And evolution and connectedness is mine. Like I realize I'm connected to the soil and the air and it's deep. It ain't no scarcity in it, right? Identify one that I'm determined to like detach from over the next 6 months, productivity. And then lastly, I am confident that I can't read my own handwriting, but I am confident that releasing this attachment will improve my quality of life by giving me rest, peace, a clear mind, mental health, a free and safe relationship, and the ability to be present. Thank you so much, sis. I feel so good. I'm so proud of myself. I appreciate you. I'm bringing the Leah.
Good.
We can hear you, Aaliyah.
Okay. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
I said I am Aaliyah, and I thought of creative, soulful Sunday, intriguing, contagious, powerful. And then when you said the conditional love gives attachment strength, and what do I see when I look in the mirror, I thought of nakedness, fragility, and pain, sad, depth, power, resilience, and art. And it says, what voice have I given my thoughts that describe what I see? I said, I have given it a shaky voice, a childlike voice, sort of soft, not very assertive, but firm, sometimes timid even. And it says, have you ever felt the need to meet an expectation to be worthy of your own love? I said, yes, all the time. I'm still learning how to just love me as I am in every aspect of my life. And it says, what beliefs am I attached to that drives the way I see things in my life? I said that mistakes are who I am, not what I did. And then my second one was, I must die empty of all that God has placed inside of me. And but my second belief is something that came from me, from knowing God for myself and figuring out my spiritual journey on my own. But I said the first belief of the mistakes are who I am, not what I did. It probably came from my childhood, from my past relationship, my past friendships, my family condemning me so much when I do things or when I have shortcomings. And then I said, I promise to detach myself from that belief. And I am confident that releasing this attachment will improve my quality of life by allowing more love, healing, rest, tears, and joy into my life. I am not stuck in cycles of punishment or condemnation. I deserve great things. I deserve light. And I am worthy of great things coming from me, and to stop being surprised when great things come from me. And then I also wrote down your point that nothing has power over me unless I agree with the message. So I said all of the message that I don't agree with, stop giving them power, because I feel like a lot of things that are in my head I don't necessarily agree with anymore, but I still give them power because, you know, you'd be like, oh, it's been that way for so long. So it's like to unlearn those things is like an active thing I'm learning. That's an everyday choice to remind myself, like, that's not true. You don't even believe that about yourself. Like, I can write affirmations every day, and if my grandma or my mama or somebody say one little thing to me, it'll stick on me all day, and it'd be like, now why you let them people bust your bubble and you just build it up, you know, to stop letting other people throw a rock and crumble it. More solid in what I'm learning about myself, what I believe and love about myself. So I definitely thank you for providing this space for me to release that. I'm really big on journaling, so I appreciate that. So I'm trying to make that no longer my burden.
There it is. There it is. Thank you so much, Aaliyah, for, you know, sharing that, because I know there's quite a few of us that have family members that will say one thing, and we know in our heart of hearts it's not truth, but we still allow it to, you know, and because we gave it that power, we believe some little tiny iota of it because we've been programmed to believe that. So the fact that you know, voiced yourself, even though you say you have a very shy, timid, your voice that you hear is very shy and timid, but right now, speaking through your truth, it was very assertive and firm. So please congratulate yourself on that. Please do.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah. So good. We did it, sis. Girl, you bad. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, girl, I didn't know how you was gonna do this in 30 minutes after what we did for an hour yesterday. You good. You good.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
That girl bad, y'all. Woo woo. All right. Well, this was powerful. I want to make sure that we usher y'all into the Buy Black Market, usher y'all into the lounge where y'all can kick back and cool it with each other. You do not have to go home. This is not closed at all. It will stay open 24/7 until Friday. So really not 24/7, 24/5. Okay. But Neff, as we leave, I want to ask you one question which came from Alyssa. I'm going to ask the tail end of it. She essentially describes the fact that she assumes maybe that many of us might have written down traits that define ourselves in terms of what others, right, or in terms of what we do for others, right, versus just how we see ourselves. And she wants to know what that means for those who've done that, right? So if we wrote down traits that are anchored in what we do for others.
Okay. So usually, so now getting actually into attachment style, that is where you could find, okay, if you are anchored in such servitude all the time, then that means who you are outside of that really needs some nurturing. Because if you automatically go to what you do for others or what you think others have described you as, then that's where majority of your energy is spent. That means that takes a little bit more of a priority in your life than it should, because I get it when people ask us to describe ourselves, especially if we've gone on job interviews and we feel like we have to sell ourselves, and it's hard to say great things about ourselves. But that I would suggest that being the norm of you thinking of you, because that is a part of self-care. That is a part of self-preservation and self-inclusion.
Yeah. Ashe. Thank you so much for that, Neff. You all make sure you go to the booths. I'm just gonna say the top 3. It ain't over. 15 people will win, but the top 3 on the leaderboard right now. Don't be mad at me, but Tiffany holding it down. Okay, she has a 2,000 point lead, a little more than that. Tiffany Brown, Sharita has slid into number 2, and then Winnie Quick is number 3. Keep going, y'all. 5 days, 15 spots will win. Some folks have started broadcasts in their booth. So Women Who Matter too. Y'all, we love us some Auntie June. Go over there and check her out. She is super, 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 super dope. That's the Women Who Matter 2 booth. It looks like NPO Creations has started a live broadcast. She makes a lot of dope things. I'm talking about fedoras and bags and art and all kinds of super dope things. New Heritage has started a live broadcast. They have 90s gear. Super dope story with her. I also met her at the Fearless Fun Summit a couple of months ago. Her business was started by her family members in the NYC area, right, with 90s gear. And it was like booming. Literally did it for the culture in a very big way. And she picked it up. I think it was her uncle's business. She picked it up recently and she brought it back, still, giving homage to 90s gear. So love her story, love what she's doing. Check her out. But yeah, y'all enjoy, y'all have a good time. Some people made a table for the VAs for 5:30. So, enjoy. I'll holler at y'all. Enough, you got anything else you want to say, Mama?
Hey, we always say Black girl magic, so let's be that. Let's be it.
Ashay.
Y'all
Let's
have
be
a good
it.
night.
Yeah, Yvonne, said good night. Yeah, I'm going to bed. It's 1 a.m. for me, so I'm going to bed. But y'all have a good time. Love and light to y'all. See y'all tomorrow morning. Bye. Peace.